Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Publicly Buzzed Live. Thank you for joining me tonight. Also along, as always, on a Friday night is... bam. Dan, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's up? What's up, chat?
Yeah, I've already started drinking a little bit early tonight for this one. How about you?
Yep. I've had a couple of these delicious IPAs.
Actually, I'm a second guy here. A second DDP and Crown per usual. Brought the Crown downstairs. And also brought some extra ice. So
Nice, you're ready to go.
Ready to rock and roll.
Leave your station.
Yeah, Socrates, Jessica, Christy, thank you for popping in here early. Yeah, tonight we are going to be checking out a weird one. It's going to be again, the entire time leading up to this, I was basically referencing the movie Motel Hell. You've seen that movie, right, Dan?
Yeah.
So, in that movie, there is some people that get buried basically by people that own a motel. But the lady in real life that has, she owned a farm but in Motel Hell, they're feeding the people to pigs. And this lady is in real life fed at least 2 people confirmed to pigs.
Yep.
Two
dudes to some pigs.
I've only watched the first literal minute of this so far. And I'm watching this, first of all, hold on. I'm watching this with Explore with Us. This dude, this is one of the best channels on YouTube, period. Tons of interrogation footage, but please go follow this guy. So this is actually where I'm watching this. So this is the interrogation with the edits of Explore with Us. But if anybody watches or is familiar with Explore with Us, they're fire as hell edits and tidbits here and there. So, but yeah, Dan, are you excited?
Yeah, I'm ready to get into it.
Let me see. AM, thanks for popping in. Really appreciate it. Pookie's in here. Hell yeah.
That's popping off. Hey, AM.
Dan the man. Yeah. Hell yeah. 9 people in here. Thank you guys. Anybody that's popping in randomly, hit like, share this, get it out there. And yeah, we're going to pop right into this thing. This is about 3 hours, folks. We're going to go hard tonight. Again, get your drinks, get your vices, whatever, floats your boat, because settle in. It's going to be a wild one.
I wonder if Pookie Maduda was someone that knows me personally, because,
Pookie is Rebecca.
Okay.
Yeah. She changed her name.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry to out you again, Rebecca, but somebody in the chat the other night, I think it was Threads and Roses, because I kept saying, yeah, Rebecca, and she's like, I don't see Rebecca's chats. I was like, oh, wait. Patricia gotcha. Patricia C's got some wine. Hell yeah. See, already in the right mindset.
Yeah.
Susie, hell yeah. Good afternoon from Australia. There we go.
Melbourne.
Publicly Buzzed needs to get some billboards in Australia, I think.
Yeah. We're popular there.
Yeah, Pookie, we just now started. And I'm glad you got the tinfoil hat on. Hell yeah. Because last night we got a little deep. It got crazy with the conspiracy side of things.
And a left-handed cigarette.
Oh shit. Oh, I didn't even read that part. Hell yeah. Well, damn, Pookie. Well, you've got the right idea, because this one is going to be wild.
Yeah, I'm already buzzing. So normally I'm just getting started by the time we get the stream going, and this week, this has been a different week for me. There's some things are going on, in my household that I didn't have to go drive this evening. So
oh yeah, you got to start a little early.
I was able to get started a little early.
Yeah. Okay. Because yeah, you're usually basically starting right now. You're a little bit early.
I typically have to go out and drive around 9:30 every Friday night, and I didn't have to do that tonight. So, and
I started a little bit early too. I actually went out for dinner earlier, had a gigantic beer in a fishbowl basically. And
you're usually doing margaritas when you go out.
I usually am. That's true. But tonight we went to a different spot, and I just got a giant beer, and of course for the stream it's going to be mixed drinks. So we'll see what happens.
I actually have a special juice cup as well tonight. I don't know how often I'll be sipping on it, but.
Oh shit!
It's vodka and something. I can't remember what kind of juice it is.
I'll tell you what, if we get any super chats come through, you're gonna have to sip on it.
Yeah, I'll sip on it. If we get some super chats, I'll definitely take a drink.
Okay, here we go. Let me just make sure the sound's good everywhere. It's actually not. Hold on.
She looks crazy.
1 second. I think this is it. Yeah. Sorry, folks.
She's going wild in the
Dude,
little
out the
intro.
gate.
This never-before-seen footage is one of the craziest interrogations you'll ever see.
Hey, I could grab your hair and strangle you with it.
Oh my gosh, why would you say that?
I don't know. I don't know. She's a
Out the gate. This shit. It is just getting started. We're about to dive into this directly. And hell yeah, man. AM's got some wine too. Yeah, this is what's up, chat. Hell yeah. They already know what Friday night's about here on Publicly Buzz.
Yeah.
Weirdo, and she held me over and laughed. I would like to see how fast my pigs could get rid of a human body.
An officer conducting a search warrant for
That's some
identity
mafia
theft
shit,
on a
right?
rural farm in Weimar, Oregon,
Isn't
stumbled
that
upon
like a
evidence of a
well-known
farm.
mafia technique?
Yeah, holding you over like something, you know. Bella, thank you for popping in.
Reminds me of Deadwood as well. They used to get rid of, or on that show, they got, I'm sure that in real life as well, they got rid of bodies. Remember the Chinese had the pigs?
I bet that's happened tons of times over history,
yeah.
honestly. That is a
Pigs will
woman.
eat anything.
Also, Bella. Rich Buddy, thanks for popping in. Hell yeah.
Far more gruesome crime. He found the skeletal remains of a human leg just outside of a pig pen.
Possibly human.
As horrific as this discovery was, the true horrors hidden on the property were yet to be discovered. The farm was owned by Susan Monica, a former soldier who served in the Navy during the Vietnam War. After being honorably discharged, she purchased the 20 acres of land where she raised chickens and pigs. She often had transient people stay on her farm and work for her for short periods of time. Additionally, in 2013, Susan placed an ad on Craigslist looking for some extra help on her property. She was contacted by 56-year-old Robert Haney, a handyman and carpenter. In exchange for payments in cash and a place to stay, Robert began working and living on Susan's property. However, all was not well. And in September 2013, after working for Susan for about 6 months, Robert disappeared. After a few months with no contact, his children tried to find him, but Susan told them that Robert had left her employment, taking most of his things, and vanished.
This is another living area. Tool belt.
She claimed that after he learned that one of his relatives had been a victim of assault, he began drinking excessively before suddenly leaving. Hearing this was distressing, to say the least, but Robert's kids couldn't find anything to indicate that something bad had necessarily happened to him. In fact, they found very little trace of him at all. However, it was especially odd to them that he appeared to have left his trailer and dog behind on Susan's farm. Eventually, they filed a missing persons report with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. But since Robert was usually paid in cash for his work, there was almost no way to track him down. Everything changed on January 10, 2014, when an officer came to investigate Susan's property. However, he wasn't there to look into Robert's disappearance. Instead, Susan Monica was being investigated for fraud after she was caught using Robert's food stamp card.
This is the inside of Susan Monica's living area, where we contacted her this morning when we arrived.
It was while walking along the back of her farm that the officer found the remains
Oh, yeah,
of
Tanya, thanks for popping in. Appreciate it.
a human.
Do what, Dan?
I think Jessica's right. This is Oregon, right?
Good question. Let's see if it says down here in the bottom.
I already sipped the liquor drink, so.
Feels like Oregon. Let's go.
Leg.
Hell yeah, Tanya. I know she's been keeping up with the Alex Burdock trial. She's always commenting on the community.
I did a quick Google on the trial. Let's see. I think the trial's in Oregon. She's currently serving 50 years in prison within Oregon Department of Corrections.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I knew that she was convicted.
Cut about mid-female.
She looks crazy during the trial. Like crazy as in like actually like a woman.
Yeah.
Lying just beyond one of Susan's pig pens.
Pieces of other bone.
Susan Monica was brought in for questioning. The following footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney and former criminal prosecutor, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a clinical counselor.
How you doing? Feel good.
What's up, Never Silent? Doing good?
The interrogation
doing
will
good as
uncover
well?
even more dark secrets that detectives never expected to find.
Well, this is a warrant.
Oh, hell yeah. Never Silent. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Friday night. Hope you have a drink or a vice, or if you're into neither, just a cup of water.
It's just says you're commanded to search the property.
Before the interview begins, Susan asked for the search warrant the officers first used to come onto
Shit,
the
only 50 years?
property to be read out loud. As you'll see, she has a very
Yeah, that's
interesting
weird, right?
reason for asking them to do this.
I mean, she seems older, so I mean, that'll probably do the trick, but
Yeah, but I mean, that's
Number.
still, there's a principle, right, of the sentencing.
yeah, like usually you hear somebody get like 2,000 years.
Was she convicted of 2 murders, though?
I believe so. That I would have to look into. I'm not 100% sure on that,
Yeah.
but hell, I think there was 2 people that is confirmed that was found here. Actually, I think she admits to that in this interrogation. I'm not going to.
Indicates you as the sole owner since 1999. And
There you go. Say that again.
the sole owner since 1999.
Okay. We're done. That warrant is
Cookie's wild out
inaccurate.
here.
Okay.
And so I figure if
Cookie is awesome. Yeah. Every chat, bring it.
if it's inaccurate,
Yeah.
any and how do they put it? And any and all information received in a warrant that's not correct is
Okay.
not.
Well, you know that I was talking to you about Robert Haney's Oregon Trail card, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we talked about how a little bit already about how he had given you permission. You said to use the Oregon
Yes.
Trail card 3.5 months ago.
Something.
Somewhere like that.
Before he disappeared.
Right, and he gave you the PIN number, which you had memorized.
Hang on, guys.
Yes.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
The interrogator is trying to establish a timeline of Robert's movements before his disappearance. This is always done as the timing of events is usually important evidence, and it's also done to see if the suspect's timing matches the evidence.
I missed that part, Tanya. She just in chat real quick. I learned through Murdoch trial that inmates work with park rangers at national parks. I missed that during the trial. Was that during? And if that it might, I've missed a little bit today actually too. I was trying to keep up with the day. Today was actually one of the most interesting days.
You had said that you had sometimes put up like the wanted, posting up a thing, a little
Yes.
help around here or
Yes.
there. And so after he moved to your property, of course, you got to know him a little bit better,
I
which
just
you
realized
talked
I
about
didn't bring
his
a soda down
drinking.
here, so that is one thing I will have to
And
get.
that he, every once in a while, he would flip out because of his drinking, most likely.
Yes.
But other than that, your contact with him was
Minimal.
kind of minimal.
I mean, I wouldn't see him for a week at a time.
Yeah.
Michael Bales, who worked for Susan and lived on her property for a few months, came to speak with investigators soon after she was arrested. And boy, did he have a story to tell.
We're gonna play bad cop, good cop?
No, we're both good cops.
Okay.
There's no reason to, right? Maybe if there was a
You're an innocent person. Why would you say that? You're like, are you going to play good cop, bad cop? Like, bro, he's not even in trouble. Like,
reason, there's no reason. If we were going to do that, he'd be the bad guy.
I did miss that, Pookie. Steve, I think you missed where I noticed as a man, he looks like Uncle Fester. He's bald as a billard. Has his junk too.
He looks like he could be.
Pookie be out here wild.
Every now
Getting
and then.
wild in the chat,
It's been
bro.
known to happen.
That's my middle name. Michael Ed Bales.
Okay, this is just the audio backup. I'll just sit there.
Do whatever you gotta do.
The investigators asked Michael how he first met Susan in order to establish some background on how well they knew each other.
I met her through a friend, Brady. I don't even know his last name, but
Okay.
Brady is in a wheelchair up in Rogue River,
Okay.
and he introduced me to her. She gave me a job.
Okay.
You know, I went up there. I was
Shit,
cutting wood
this guy
for
could have
her.
been one of the
I had nowhere
victims.
else to go, so I guess you could call me a vagrant or whatnot.
Okay.
And she was pretty nice to me, and then all of a sudden she turned not very nice.
Were you living up there?
Yeah,
How long did you live up there?
probably 3 months.
Okay.
Because Michael lived with Susan and saw her every day, he can offer the investigators valuable insight into her daily habits, as well as into her personality.
Every day.
And he does not hold back when sharing
That's
his
what
opinion.
sucks. It seems like these people were with her because, you know, they needed a place to work, and she was also offering a place to stay. Just imagine that situation for a second. Like, you're, you know, a vagrant, using his words, whether homeless or whatever, and then somebody's offering you a job on their farm, right? You know, a lot of times these people are, you know, I'm not trying to be rude here, but a lot of times people get out of prison and fall on hard times and have a hard time getting back on their feet. And say a lady like this comes into play, and all of a sudden you have an opportunity, and it's some psycho bitch that's trying to feed you to her pigs.
Of Susan.
She's a fucking weirdo.
Okay. What makes you say that exactly?
She just gave me the EGBGs, or just sometimes
heebie-jeebies, I think he
you
said.
can tell when
I know what you're
somebody's
saying,
a
bro.
weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
She gave me that feeling.
Okay. We're familiar with the property. If you have the barn, were you living in the barn?
I lived over in the big
Rich,
farm.
bro.
It was a big old. You can't miss.
I will protect you from this chat.
I lived in two of the rooms.
If any legal matters come,
Upstairs.
I didn't see shit.
That was my room originally, and then there was a TV that got put in downstairs.
Vanishable.
So then I moved down there.
That's the word, vanishable.
Okay, and was
That's
Ray-
where Richard lived too. God damn it!
Is it? Maybe we should get a photo of Robert. Do you have-
Robert, that's him.
Okay, well, we'll just confirm it with a photograph.
That's him.
I wonder how big the other two guys was, because look how, I mean, again, not trying to be rude at all, but this is a tiny, you know, smaller man, and she was a bigger woman. So I wonder if she aimed for a smaller man so she could maybe try to overpower them.
All right. So Robert lived down in the barn in the downstairs?
No, Robert originally lived downstairs.
Okay.
And then he got tired of her screaming at him. So he moved. His trailer's way.
Right, I saw that.
Okay. Way over there.
Okay. And then
he got tired of her screaming at him.
About how long had he been there? Like, about when he said, hey, you know, here's my Oregon Trail card, my PIN number, can you go grab me some beer and, you know, whatever else?
Couple months.
He'd been there a couple months?
Yeah. I saw him. I said, I'm going into town. You want anything? He gave me the card, gave me the PIN number, and I said, get me some beer and coffee.
So you can't buy beer with Oregon Trail card.
Well,
So
shit.
did you use your own
I
money?
guess shooting them in the head changes things altogether, right?
Or how did that work?
Yeah.
Okay, what would you normally ask him to buy you for reimbursement?
Bread and milk, that was it.
Okay.
Occasionally cheese.
Okay.
Other than that, I've got 500 pounds of pork in my freezers.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
That'll keep you fed for a long time, huh?
Yes, and for the record, if anybody here would like to buy some pork, I have pork. 80 cents a pound. I'm getting ready to get rid of another pig.
The detective laughs and appears to be genuinely finding Susan's story funny. However, it's very likely that he's just trying to put her at ease, so she opens up to him. He wants her to think he's on her side.
I don't know. He looked like he was having a good old time there, bro.
And that she can trust him. By laughing with her, he's building rapport.
Where do you butcher your...
I'm in real time right now, Tanya, looking up this Picton guy. Former pig farmer. Holy shit. He's suspected of being one of the most prolific, again, we're about to go 3 deep, y'all. One of the most prolific serial killers in Canadian history after dropping out of school. Picton left a butcher's apprenticeship to begin working full-time at his family's pig farm. He is believed to have begun his murders in the early 1980s after inheriting the farm. Arrested in 2002, He was convicted in 2007 of the second-degree murders of 6 women and was also the subject of a lengthy investigation that yielded evidence of numerous other murders. Pinkerton was charged with the deaths of an additional 20 women. Holy shit, this dude killed 20 women. How many other people?
Sorry about that. My house is a little chaotic this week.
Oh, no, dude, you're good. You all right?
I'm back. Yep.
I got off on a little bit of a weird tangent here. Tanya was mentioning pig farmers, essentially killers. There's this guy named Robert Picton in Canada who is a pig farmer and a serial killer. Killed 20 women. Yeah, but these charges were 2010. Pinkerton was sentenced to life in prison. Yeah, I guess he fed people to pigs.
Yeah, I mean it's a known thing in history. I mean I've heard lots of stories of people being fed to pigs.
Wow.
So that way.
Wow. Here he is with
not necessarily
pig,
real life stories, but it's been, in movies and things like that.
Wow. All right. Yeah, I'm going to look a little deeper into that one. I was unaware of that one. Dude, when you really start looking, they're freaking endless, man.
So what they just found, did they find a bunch of, well, you may not know because you just
yeah, literally, I haven't done it. I just kind of got off on just a little bit of a side tangent. And if you're new to Friday night publicly live streams, that is a regular occurrence here. We're going to go off on random tangents on the reg.
Exactly.
Yeah, I noticed on your last stream you had some comments about pausing videos and stuff, but that's what we do here. We do commentary.
Yeah.
We do discussions. So I mean, if that's not your thing, that's not your thing. That's totally fine. But that's what you get when you come in.
Threads and Roses popping in. Thank you very much. Seabolt Speaks popping in. Hell yeah. Hit the like if you're also popping in. It really helps me out, guys. And also share this thing. Appreciate it. Thank everybody for popping in here. While I do have it paused, I'm going to just read through the chat here real quick.
The mics are popping off. We got 17 with 20 people in here. It's good.
Missing anything? Dude, Pookie's seriously like the funniest person.
She's wild, ain't she?
Tanya, there's a lot more, but too much to process and cost a lot. So he's locked up for life. Wow. Yeah. I'm going to look further into that, dude. Hell, that may be a Friday Night Live here soon.
Right there in the barn.
Oh, you know how to do it?
What they got? That's the guy you just looked up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like an interesting one.
It does.
I know how to kill them, and I don't.
Dan, while you're back real quick, I am going to run also. The one thing I forgot to bring was freaking soda. I got to get a couple cans of soda.
Okay, cool.
So I'm going to let this play, and I'll do that.
How do you kill a pig?
Hopefully I'm going to try to set the volume where it's not too loud if you do talk.
Like a rifle or
Rifle.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I can't pause it.
I'm trying to.
Everybody was standing around. Nobody was searching. I didn't understand the search thing when everybody was standing around.
Well, we stand around a lot sometimes.
Yeah, it was 7 of you standing around and nobody was searching.
I know. I think I was the only one working.
Maybe.
Oh my God, I love this channel. I love the way he points out the techniques of the officers during the interrogation.
A pig, what you're supposed to do is make an X between their eye and their ear, and their eye and the ear, and then you shoot them right there.
And that's it.
And so from 3 feet away, I can hit the target. I see a turkey 50 feet away, and I'd shoot it and go, and jump up in the air and it'd run away. And I'd shoot it again. And one turkey I had to shoot 4 times, and it was halfway down my property before I actually killed the damn thing.
The detective makes an effort to refocus the conversation after Susan goes
I'm
off
actually
on a
not too
tangent
familiar with how
relating to her
Caitlyn Jenner
method of
sounds, to
shooting
be honest with
animals.
you.
What did Robert think about your pigs? Did he ever help feed them?
No.
Did he ever go into their area?
Not that I know of.
Susan exhales when asked if Robert ever went into the pig area. Sighs can be adapter signs of stress, so this could indicate that she's anxious about this question in particular. Although some dismiss body language analysis as pseudoscience, it is used by the FBI and CIA during interrogations. When the CIA is interrogating an individual,
is that this
they look
guy's
for clusters
voice?
of 3 or
The
more
guy that runs this
indicators that
channel?
occur in either quick succession or all at once. These indicators can be
wow.
signs of
What a
discomfort
great
or
voice this
uncertainty
guy
in what
has.
the individual is stating, rather than indicators of deception. It's extremely important to note that you cannot detect deception through body language analysis alone.
What did he think of them?
It almost sounds
They're
like
noisy at
generated,
times,
though. It almost sounds
Kinda smelly
robotic.
sometimes. And
Well, he was, well,
Susan is clasping her hands together on her lap and fidgeting, which appears to be a release of tension and a stress relief. It's not uncommon for people, innocent or not, to be nervous when talking with the police in these types of settings.
That's actually a really good point to bring up.
he
What
was
do they
never
do in
around
that
them,
case?
I don't think it's except when he came up to use that little room.
it's a good conversation.
I mean,
piece,
is
though.
is
I mean,
Susan
it's,
Monica in a
certainly
men's
something
prison
I would talk about if I was going to move there.
right now?
Well, we didn't talk. Like I say, he was there, and you know.
Dude, his voice
two
is
of
so
us
good,
talked
man. He's actually
more
real.
today,
Okay.
And I talked with him, and
I love
whatever
his
months he
voice.
was
It's
there.
it's amazing.
He had to have been thinking, you know,
Didn't
well,
say
he
crazy,
returned
did
for
it?
his dog, and you know what's going on here. I'm
I was talking about how
confused.
amazing the
Well-
guy's voice is on this channel.
What was it? I'm sorry.
I was talking about how amazing the guy's
You know,
voice is that does this channel.
Just a little bit, but
It
like
is
I say,
really epic.
Even
I see
when
Carol
I
popped
saw
in.
him, it was
They brought up a good point though about the what
Sometimes.
prison does he go to, or does he or she go to the men's prison or the women's prison?
Yeah, they are transgender, right?
He's in the only women's prison in Oregon. Wow.
Wow.
But Susan Monica has she fully transitioned?
Well, that's a good question. But I remember when I was reading about this case that I think it happened, you know, I'm not sure if it's a full transition, but I do remember reading out the gate that like after they got out of the service in like in the early 90s, they basically became a woman.
So I wonder, like, okay, so you have to take hormones to transition. Obviously, you have surgeries to get rid of the private parts and or change the private parts. I should say,
Yeah.
right? But you also have to stay on hormones, I would imagine, to keep, in this case, estrogen up, testosterone low, probably, right?
Right.
Does she get those hormones in prison
That's a good
to
question.
keep her, you know, in that state?
Especially because I think they were convicted in 2015. So things have kind of changed since then. So I wonder if now they're getting them.
And also, after a certain stage, I don't know a lot about this, guys. I just don't. But at a certain stage, can they eventually come off of those hormones, and that's just their natural state now? You know
That's a
what I
good
mean?
question too. Yeah,
Because if she needs to keep taking those hormones to continue to have the testosterone suppressed, I mean, and she's not getting them in prison, she's gonna fucking turn right back into a manly state, basically, and be fucking stronger than everybody else, be able to dominate the prison. Right?
They're
Be like
just
the most
running through the
badass-
prison.
Just like be able to take on any. Well, I mean, there's group dynamics and everything like that, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
get what I'm
no,
trying to
that's
get at, yeah.
hilarious. Like I'm just envisioning. Oh, there, the Tyler Squad popped in. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Friday night. But I'm just envisioning Monica, Susan Monica, just becoming this. I mean, a man essentially inside of this prison.
Yeah. I mean, let's be
hey.
real. Men build muscle differently from women.
100%.
Right? So,
And Susan Monica, first of all, transitioning or not, still worked on a farm.
yeah,
I mean,
so strong as fuck.
Yeah, and
right?
it looks like a man sitting there right now.
Yeah.
This video is already going to get demonetized, guys. I can already tell.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much for
It's
joining
not
us. Really appreciate it. Hit
It's
like.
not completely struck because I mean we're being as careful as we can with this.
True.
It's a very sensitive subject these days. Let's say that.
But yeah, hit like, share, guys. And if you have not subscribed and you're watching this later, if you're watching this now, hit the 3 little dots on the side, hit all notifications so you see anything that we pop up in the community when I drop random videos or when we go live. Really appreciate everybody for being here.
I won't see him for a week.
Well, Never Silent. My point was, I thought that she would maybe not be allowed to take them anymore in prison, because that's kind of a personal choice rather than a necessity, right?
Right.
Unless after you get to a certain stage in your transition, it is a necessity. I don't know. I don't know how.
Yeah,
that stuff
true.
works.
At
My
some point,
point
you may
was-
need it.
My point was that if she goes to prison, they take that away from her, and she will revert back. Right?
Pookie, at least the poor thing finally got a bath. She looks fucking filthy.
Yeah,
here.
filthy. Yeah.
Are there things
We didn't even got to the
in your
interrogation.
mind that
The
are
hardcore
suspicious
interrogation.
to you, or kind of click in your memory, going, "Oh wow."
Yeah,
that was weird."
I'm super interested in the dynamics of the transgender thing.
Fat Baby Toodles, thanks for popping in. Appreciate it.
Around the property.
Drove her backhoe around.
Well, you're late, but you're perfect because this is a long as hell interrogation.
Yeah, and
so you're
we
good
haven't
to
been
go.
going that long either.
You're good to go. Appreciate you being here. Hey, no, I actually took fridge night as perfect. I figured you're going to be getting your drinks.
I need to get a mini fridge in this room that I'm in right now.
Dude,
for
I've been
specifically for these nights.
I've been talking about that since I moved in the house I'm currently in, which is the room I'm in is the reason I bought the house I'm in because it's my studio. And I've been thinking about getting a freaking mini fridge and I've never done it.
Yeah, I need one up here for sure.
Knock down trees.
I got a perfect spot right beside me for it too.
Robert. Constantly.
Even when I saw him, it was.
Yeah, I got my third rock in here.
Like daily.
Oh, yeah,
Third
every day.
mixed in one giant. I'm doing about 7 o'clock. I had a giant fishbowl beer at McAdoo's.
Never Silent said they will even provide surgeries in prison. Well, hang on. Let's not. Never Silent is answering questions, so maybe they have some insight. Never Silent. If she hasn't had the surgery, would they still put her in the women's prison just because she identifies as a woman? Or would she? I would imagine she'd have had to at least have the surgery before they'll put her in the women's prison, right? Because I mean, that just sounds crazy. If I go to prison, I could identify as a woman and just be put in the women's prison. And
I think that's
safer.
actually how it works in some states.
Wow, I'd feel a hell of a lot safer if I did that.
I think some insane batshit crazy states let it go pretty wild. Dave H, first of all, thank you for being in chat and popping in on Friday night. But he says he was in a bad car wreck, or I just put car wreck in there, but a bad wreck, and has been in the hospital for 2 weeks.
Oh, damn, Dave. Hope you're doing all right.
Damn, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing, all right. I hope you're back.
Yeah, let us know if you made a full recovery.
Yeah, glad to see you back in the chat. Damn.
Comments about.
Yeah.
And Jesus Christ, he sent a $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Dave. Seriously, bro, I hope you're all right, man.
He's got medical bills to worry about. He's still sending us $4.99.
Hell, he might be in another country where the medical bills aren't as crazy.
True, I didn't think about that.
What did she say?
For the most part, she will put in whichever she feels safest in. And no, you can't just claim the identity. If you have years behind you, they will respect the choice.
Gotcha. That makes sense. That does make sense. Never Silent. I might have not known. Hell, I don't know exactly what I'm talking about at all. But that makes a lot more sense.
That wouldn't make any sense. Everybody would be doing that if that were the case.
And I would still look into other states because I know some states are wild with it, though. I mean, I respect anybody's choice. I'm not anti anything.
But there's in that case, there's a such thing as being too progressive, right?
Yeah.
Like it becomes the wild, wild west. Anybody can do whatever they can just say whatever just to get into an easier spot.
Oh man, Strict now popping in. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hold on. Dave H. Totaled my car in a head-on collision. 2 breaks in my right leg. Several breaks. Oh, gotcha. Breaks. 2 breaks in my right leg. Several breaks in my left elbow and broken sternum. Jesus, dude. But I've been in physical therapy and I got home Tuesday. Man, that is terrible. And to be in the hospital for 2 weeks, it's obviously terrible. I'm glad you're good, dude. Jesus.
Wow, that sounds rough.
Wow, did someone hit you, or was it an accident? Like how did that go about, man? Again, if you don't want to describe that, don't feel obligated. Yeah. But that is very interesting, and I'm glad you're good ultimately. Damn, but you were always popping in chat, dude. I'm glad you're back.
And that was only 2 weeks ago. He's still got a little recovery to go, I'm sure.
Oh God! Oh, dude, yeah.
Broken sternum.
Absolutely. I feel like I need to super chat you $5
for real,
bro. Hold on. Never Silent, and most of the time they stay in a section with others going through transition as well. That makes sense.
I like Rich Buddies because we were both confused because of the way he spelled break.
I did. I was like, he literally 2 breaks. I was like, what happened with the breaks?
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, Rich Buddy. I just got to that too. I'm a little bit late, guys. Never Silent. Transitioning isn't just going and getting surgeries or taking hormones. There is so much behind it. I'll do a live about it one of these days and explain. Shit, I'll watch it, Never Silent.
Yeah. I mean, I know that too. I know that there's a lot more to it, but It's just, and I don't know how far Susan Monica is in her transit. I don't think we've answered that question. Did she ever have surgery?
And I mean, we're years
I mean?
past this. She was convicted in 2015.
Well,
so.
even before she was convicted, how long was she?
Right. True. Dave H. Guy was passing in no passing zone and hit me head on. Jesus, man. Yeah, glad you're good, dude. Yeah, definitely, dude. Send a message and I'll do it. Send me that and I'll put it out here on the live, bro.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you. And that's
if you've got
crazy.
medical bills, that's no joke, man.
That's no joke at all.
That Robert sleeps till noon and he's not doing any work.
Besides Michael Bales, Brady Murray, one of Susan's neighbors and friends, also came to speak with investigators. Brady had moved in with Susan 3 weeks before this interview took place because of family issues, and over the past few years, he's lived with Susan on and off. What he shares with investigators is a stark and startling contrast to Michael's description of Susan.
What does she say about this Robert guy? Like, what kind of person was he?
No, what she talked about him was to me it was good. Didn't seem
So who
good.
were the two that were killed? I'm assuming this Robert guy, and then what's the other name? Do you know?
I haven't got the other name yet.
Okay.
She had no qualms with his working. He's alcoholic. He was a yeller. He go
The hell's a yeller?
down, he'd be ranting, rave, and she hear him hollering.
Hey, and Dave H, let me just throw this out there. Whether you know this or not already, or wherever you send it, you can send it on Twitter, Facebook, but publiclybuzzed@gmail.com. And I'll get that out there, man.
Down below, he's in butter. His angel. So,
What were some of the things that she didn't like about him?
nothing I know of. She kind of likes his work. I think she thinks but she don't talk, really good, and that's somebody really good. She, I don't know, 3-4 times the sheriff talked about him. It was all good to me. He's alcoholic, and he was a yeller. He'd go down, he'd be ranting, rave, and she hear him hollering.
Back in Susan's interview, the interrogator continues discussing Susan's use of Robert's Oregon Trail card. This card is the same food stamp card that Susan was using when she was initially flagged for fraud.
Was that concerning to you?
Hold on. The food stamp card is called the Oregon Trail card? That's funny to me.
That's weird.
Holy shit, $200,000, bro. Wow.
That's crazy, dude.
Dude, I'll promote the hell out of you, Dave, for real, bro.
Well, insurance though too. Insurance got to cover a lot of that.
Yeah, hopefully some insurance got you a little bit.
Hopefully the guy had insurance.
Well, yeah, right.
Fuck,
Jesus.
Here he is. He's gone. He's left you his Oregon Trail card, and you only get one Oregon Trail card. You know what I mean? So, and he doesn't.
Honestly, they should cover all of it.
So how's he gonna get
to be real?
In a situation like that,
I figured if he had gone to Ashland and was working, he had money to buy food.
Okay. And so, when did this working in Ashland thing come up?
Well,
Yeah, cover the medical bills and then some.
Or not.
Okay.
Susan shifts her foot, likely an anchor point movement, when asked about Robert working in Ashland. When someone is sitting and moves their feet, back, or buttocks, this is considered to be
that's
an
a
anchor
very good
movement.
point, Pookie.
These
I bet you're on painkillers and shit. Yeah, be careful with that stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. That's what sucks is we're going to be on a lot of pain.
Yep.
And you're going to want to, I'm not going into anything personal, because that is going to be a lot of pain, but that's how you get stuck into situations like that. That's a weird road.
Yep.
At the same time,
lives have legitimately been ruined in that same sort of scenario.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Tanya already lawyer up. Tanya just randomly comments on a lot of the trial stuff that I post, man. She knows some of the law stuff. So lawyer up.
types of behaviors can be a signal
not randomly. All the time when I'm posting on trial stuff, she's got really good insight.
Deception, because it's the body's way of releasing anxiety or tension.
And you had mentioned something before about Robert saying that his daughter had been raped.
Yes, he mentioned that several times, mostly when, he got really drunk.
So tell me about your relationship with Susan. You said you've known her for 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, she's been my boss in the past while. That's enough I work for her.
Mm-hmm.
And just casual relationship, Not girlfriend, guy friend. I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Brady finds it necessary to clarify that he and Susan have a casual relationship. Then he laughs nervously. Brady also seems to be
She's raping him.
shifting around in his chair,
I just used the R word. Jesus Christ.
looking rather
We're
uncomfortable.
done.
As
It's
he
over.
We're done.
Yeah, and support the channel, guys. Down in the description, there's all other ways to support the channel. There's there's PayPal, Cash App, all that stuff, and any of the super chats are always welcome as well. Unfortunately, some of the content matter that we do cover on here is not monetizable, sadly. But
speaks.
Even if we're, I mean, I think I've mentioned this before. Even if we're insanely careful with our wording and everything,
it's hard. I've
literally
done
just
it a few
the
times.
context- Literally, just the context of the material is enough to.
A lot of times,
YouTube just cuts it. I mean, it's crazy.
His shoulders.
The YouTube algorithm is I think it's really good at what it does, but it's also a little overbearing, right?
it's
a little
super
too much.
overbearing, dude. The YouTube
Yeah.
is crazy.
I don't even know what the algorithm really is. It's kind of just this entity that people just call it the algorithm. You know what I mean? Because it's not. I don't think it's an actual computer algorithm. Like that is an aspect of it, but there's no way there's a computer algorithm that literally can just go out and hit this stuff instantly. It's not. That's not possible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No,
it's
I'm
picking
sure
up on
there's
keywords and stuff somehow.
keywords and cues that it looks for,
Mhm.
and it somehow it's able to even scan videos for like blood.
It
and
is. That's
things
what's
like that.
wild. They are pretty
is
wild. It's
crazy.
kind of creepy, actually.
I'm sure they have that. They have to have that like patented somehow because that's some insane technology. To be
Oh
honest.
shit! David says he actually works in the addiction recovery field, anyways.
Oh, so he's good. He's well prepared.
That's
then.
awesome. Yeah, has a lot of good support. Hell yeah.
Yep.
Tanya's in school for addiction skills and training. Hell yeah.
Pills are for pain and not for shame.
Oh, never silent. Don't say that. Hey, first of all, we've been cranking for a while now, and just now starting to get into the. Again, I'm going to say the word algorithm for lack of a better term, but it is not impossible.
No, that's
at all.
what it is. That's what it's called. Yeah.
I'm already subscribed to you. I'm already been watching. I didn't even know.
And
Probably
also
because I've
never
been talking
silent.
to you. Hell yeah.
Marketing and work, man. Hard work.
Yeah.
Like
nah.
I do almost all I do is show up for this channel, right? Stevie,
I mean,
he does an insane amount of work, and that's what's gotten the channel where it is now. It's just his work ethic.
it is a lot of
That's
work.
really what it takes. That's what it takes.
It is a lot of work.
Are a bit
But nah, never silent. Never, ever. Keep pumping.
elevated. He seems to struggle when speaking. The inflections in his voice change, and he stutters a bit. These are all indications of discomfort. It seems that Brady is getting increasingly nervous.
Susan's not a bad person. Okay. Susan, you guys, she's a little peculiar, a little different acting. She does have a lot of temper, but she's not. I've never seen her.
Just for a little, I know I'm doing the same thing. We keep stopping the video to talk, but so our channel has been alive for what, 2 years now?
Yeah.
The Publicly Buzzed
January
channel?
2001 is when we started it.
So just for reference, Never Silent, 2 years we've been running this thing, and we've tried different things. We tried. Our first idea was to watch public domain movies and kind of commentate over it, like a Mystery Science Theater type of vibe. We tried reacting to internet videos. We tried playing video games, just stuff that we were interested in. And then out of nowhere, we got into this crime mystery thing, and it was like it was really the Idaho 4, but it was almost like just out of nowhere. It just blew up.
And everybody in the crime community is, again, we've been like dancing in and out of different communities, and this has been the only community that's actually been super welcoming.
Stuck.
Everybody, there's actual growth in this community, and the subject matter is my favorite show of all time that I watch on a daily basis. Still to this day is Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah,
I love this stuff in general.
Calls.
And I
can
watch
watch
these
Forensic
channels all the
Files forever.
time. So making this able to be a channel is absolutely awesome. So yeah.
But we went from I remember we celebrated the 100 sub milestone, and then it wasn't like that was literally after the 100 sub milestone. I think it was like the next week we made the pivot to crime and mystery, and we went from 100 to 1,000 within days. Like, it was insane.
Yeah, it happened pretty quick. Which, and the Idaho 4 stuff it's still huge, the Brian Koberger stuff, before it was the guy that actually got arrested. But yeah, just
That
actually
was when
diving
they were
in
still looking for him, yeah.
and becoming deep into that case is what kind of actually got the channel going. And yeah, man, but in general, this crime stuff has been kind of a thing that I've dug my entire life. Like,
Okay. So somebody's missing. Who's missing? What do you know about that?
I don't know the guy. I never met the guy. His name's Robert. I understand, right? That's all I know.
yeah,
Information
just
that Brady
subscribe
is
to
providing the detectives
Rich
has now
also.
become even more
He does. He's got some
suspicious.
subs now.
It
He's not
seems
messing
like he's
around,
really
bro.
trying to emphasize that he knows nothing, as well as distance himself from Robert and what happened to him.
What do you know?
Well, what Susan's told me was not a lot. She hadn't spoke a lot about it, but she did tell me that. What she told me.
Yeah, it
what
depends on
Susan
the content. Last night, Stevie was reviewing the Idaho 4. The Idaho 4 thing is still the hottest thing.
I went last night just to unveil it completely. Last night I went deep into a conspiracy side of things and it popped off.
Yep.
There
That
is
live
something to
stream-
what you cover.
That live stream's at over 4,000 views right now. I mean, it just
Yeah, that was a damn good stream. I'm proud of that one. Yeah.
What's weird is we and Stevie by himself, because I'm usually I'm here. I'm kind of a part-time guy here, but Stevie will do live streams and he'll do it on the Idaho 4 or the Coburger stuff, and it'll do kind of like what this stream's doing or other streams. You know, we'll have 30 live and then it might get to like 300, 500. But the one last night, for whatever reason, popped off, dude. It got in the algorithm, for lack of a better term, and now it's at over 4,000 views just for almost no reason, right? It just somehow it hits sometimes.
Yeah, it's weird.
There's a reason though. Likes and comments is really what gets it out there.
100%. And yeah, we have 26 viewers and 26 likes. That's perfect. That's amazing. That's
Yep.
awesome.
If
That's
everybody
awesome.
that comes through hits the like button and comments and throws comments out, that helps get it onto other people's recommended pages.
And it's Dave's 53rd birthday, and he's in the hospital. Damn.
Oh, happy birthday, bro.
Happy birthday, man. Jesus.
We
Yeah,
got
Carol,
news,
that was
Cecilia.
wild. Hey, and keep your eyes peeled because there's going to be some more conspiracy stuff coming your way.
Yep.
told me now.
That stuff's hot too, right?
That stuff,
Speculation.
yeah. Dude,
Speculation, conspiracies.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff's. I mean, people like to basically see and talk about stuff that is not in the, for lack of a better term, the national narrative that's being pushed,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Dude, we're all the same. We're all seeing what's going on out here. Why not talk about it? Like,
Yep.
That he was the guy that was working for her. I mean, it was straight. I seen your camera down here. Down here, anyways. And he had told her, I guess she was drunk, real bad drunk, that his daughter or sister, somebody got, and he was gonna go take care of it. Okay, and she said he's missing. So, okay. She can't talk a lot about it with me.
When talking about the story Susan told him, if you look at Brady's hands, they're ahead of his words. This kind of mismatch indicates the brain in fight or flight mode. There's something about discussing this that's causing Brady anxiety.
He left all of his possessions behind that you know of?
Yeah.
And that was strange to you?
Well, like I said, you know, he had left with somebody, so I was under the impression that he was doing something in Ashland.
Okay.
He had told me, he had mentioned to me one person in Ashland where I might actually go with him to do an.
Pookie, just on that point, she says we need a drinking game. I did think about watching this beforehand to make a drinking game, but I'm going to do it on probably the next interrogation we watch because that was fun as shit with Sarah Boone. So
Yeah.
definitely going to make another one.
If somebody else has seen this and can think of like a key word or anything, I mean, if you have an idea, throw it out there. We'll try to incorporate it here.
Absolutely.
So what do you think happened to Robert? What's
Oh
Every
God!
time
Every
they
time they
say
say
pig.
pig, okay, out the gate. Let's go.
Let's
what's
get
your
wrecked.
opinion on it? Everybody has their own opinions about things, but what do you think?
Every time they say the.
She moves both of her feet
Yeah.
when asked what happened to Robert. Likely anchor point
How about
movements
this? Every time they say pig, every time Explore With Us interrupts.
Yeah, every time Explore With Us does like a little commentary.
indicating
I think it's a
anxiety
good
and
one.
possibly deception. However, it's important to not rely on one indicator as proof that someone is being dishonest, because a single behavior could be explained away.
When Bobby had told me that his sister usually
This guy
got a
does have the
call
best interrogation videos.
Dude, it's the
couple times a
best.
week.
What's the other guy? The JC something. He's killer too,
Yeah.
but this guy's really good. This guy's editing's on
That was
point.
when I first
And his voice.
And the
kind
voice.
of thought in the back of my head somewhere that if he indeed went to take care of business, you know, with the thing, that he might have gotten the short end of the stick. And that was, like I said, just the back of my head. I had no idea.
JCS,
I told
criminal
myself, I didn't
psychology.
understand after all this time,
Mm.
if you don't hear
Shout
from
out
your
to him.
father
Channel's
for a
the
month,
first one. I remember
and
actually.
prior to that month, you heard from him twice a week. Why didn't somebody
Not
do
intentional.
something earlier? And then
Yeah,
when-
anybody that's new to the channel, go back to a couple of weeks back, maybe 3 weeks, maybe even a month now. Probably about 2 or 3 weeks. About 3 weeks. Sarah Boone, we did a drinking game. Kristen, new name. Thanks for popping in. Really appreciate it. I hope you're having a good Friday night. But yeah, we did a drinking game with Sarah Boone, and there was a multiple level, multiple, bulletin points of drinking to go with it. But yeah, every time she said not intentional, which gets hard quick. Julie S. new name. Thanks. I watched Motel Hell a ton when I was younger and made friends watch it because I always thought it was so insane. Yeah, I've seen Motel Hell a few times out, but I grew up on really old like horror movies, especially 80s. But that one stood out to me. That was one of the OG ones. And thank you for popping in, Julie. Hell yeah.
when they came out last week, they said they thought he was dead. And I'm saying, why do you think, I didn't say out loud, but I'm thinking to myself, well, if you think your father is dead, why didn't you do something about this months ago?
Susan has shown a pattern of superiority, seemingly thinking that she could handle
Drink.
situations better than other people. Earlier, she pointed out how the police department's search fell short.
He
as
interrupted
she
us,
felt
Davey.
they were all
Do what? Oh, shit.
He,
My bad.
yeah,
I forgot my own rule.
it's gonna be tough.
Let's go.
all
gonna be
just
a
standing
lot.
around. Now she's blaming Robert's family for not looking for him earlier.
Why didn't you call?
Well, I had no reason to call him.
But he lives on your property for a long time, and he never came back.
Susan hesitates and then sighs
Oh,
heavily.
it's all good,
likely
Dave. We're looking
another
out for you.
adaptive behavior.
Right now, real quick, I have it. Here is Dave's GoFundMe. Go check it out, man. Yeah, support Dave. He actually has a bunch of support already. A lot of people's come through for him. He's trying to raise $5,000 goal. Help him out, man. He sent that to me through the Gmail. Yeah, Dave's been a supporter
Damn,
since...
he's actually almost there. Look at that.
Dave is... Oh, man, he also sent me some rec photos. Wow. Let me see. I'm just going to make sure there's nothing personal here.
Well, ask him. Yeah, ask him if he.
Do you want me to show this, Dave? Is
Go.
that cool? I'm making sure, first of all, there's nothing personal. I don't think there is before I pop this over.
Is it just like the car wreckage?
Are you cool? Yeah, it's the car wreck, but it's also... Where'd it go? Shit.
Well, he may have sent it for you to show. Actually.
Yeah, it's the car wreck. It's literally the injury. It's the x-ray. Yeah, I think this is probably good, honestly.
Well, just still, I would say make sure.
Susan S, thanks for popping in. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Friday night. Some big supporter of the channel. Dave H, who has a regular super chat supporter. Thank you very much for that. Every time I'm going to help him out here. He's got a GoFundMe. He had an accident recently, and today is his birthday. I popped that up there in the, he said, go ahead and share. Yeah, go ahead. And, this is what, hold on, lost it. Here we go. What is going on with him right now?
Oh shit.
So,
wow.
Yeah, he's definitely going through a little bit of a situation. And, today he turned 53 years old. And go help this guy out, man. Dave H.
Completely not his fault. Got hit by another vehicle. Wow.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
That sucks, man. To just be doing whatever you're doing in your day and this happened. No, absolutely no trouble at all hijacking. I appreciate all the support you've given, dude. You've seriously been here since the early days, the beginning. So,
Yep.
thank you very much, man. Hopefully, some people come through for you.
To reduce her stress. She typically responds to questions rather quickly by either providing a lengthy and highly detailed response or saying that she doesn't remember. Here, Susan shows signs of possible discomfort with the question, given her hesitation and deep sigh, which is a deviation from her typical behavior.
I don't know. I didn't think it was my responsibility to call.
What if, let's reverse things. What if Robert was the one sitting here right now and you were missing? Would you have expected him to call?
Well, yes.
If he's living on your property?
Yes.
Why?
Because because I got up every morning and fed my animals, and every evening I fed my animals. And
what's the difference between you and him?
Because I never,
I mean, he's a person too who has a life too. It may not be as involved as yours, but he still has his daily routine.
Well, he didn't. He didn't have a daily routine.
Well, he certainly had to eat. You said that he ate food up at the barn.
Yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily see him. Okay. I didn't see him for a week at a time.
Okay.
And
but you would expect that he would report you missing after 3 months.
Well, probably after a few days, because my pigs would be making all kinds of noise, and
Susan,
so,
we found a leg by your house.
Appears to be an ankle, foot, knee joint.
A leg.
A human leg next to your place.
When someone repeats a question, this can sometimes indicate deception because the person is trying to buy themselves some time to think. She doesn't appear to be surprised or shocked about this news. However, it's possible that limited facial expressions are typical for her, or that she's good at hiding her emotions. Susan has gone very, very still here.
Well, that was 2 interruptions right there.
Response. It is part.
Oh shit! Damn, forgot about that already.
Jesus.
1, 2, and wait, we also said for super chats, right? Didn't we get a super chat? We didn't drink for it.
I did. It was.
I don't think I did.
Dave, I believe.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, we've only had one. That was
Dave H. That's for you, bro.
I did. I did drink my, because I had a beer and a liquor drink at that time.
Oh shit! That's right. You raised the red cup.
And now I'm only on my red cup.
Damn.
Because I need to go get another beer, but I haven't wanted to get up.
I got to piss soon, but yeah, okay.
Autonomic nervous system fight.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to go grab my beer then.
Response.
Go ahead.
So I can give you a break here in a minute.
This type of often a reaction when someone perceives a threat. Though they aren't moving, the person experiencing a freeze response is often extremely alert.
I think it might be Robert.
Don't know.
Excuse me.
Who could it be?
No idea.
Oh, nice, Dave.
You think it might be Robert?
Oh God, he's got to be. Yeah, right. Good point, Pookie. Not choking to death off the stank. Look at her, dude, and I don't think she's bathed.
If it was down there by his trailer.
No. It was right next to your place. Just a few feet from your place.
I don't know then. If it were down by his trailer, he might have fallen down the hill or something. But if it was up at my place, I don't know.
That's it. Do you think it's kind of strange that there's a leg right next to your place?
Very.
Does it concern you?
Yes.
Do you think it might be Robert?
It could be, but I can't understand why. I can't understand how it, I can't understand how it would get there, because I can't see him having an accident up by my place.
How do you think it got there? What's your best reasoning for how it got there?
I have no idea.
What do you think we should do at this point? I mean, are you worried about Robert? Do you think it might be him?
I would definitely get a DNA test to find out if it were.
Do you think if we search the 19.99 acres that we're going to find any other parts of people?
If it's Robert's leg, I guess the rest of him is there somewhere.
So you think a coyote drug it right next to your house?
That would be the only thing that would make any sense to me.
What do you think happened to Robert? What did he do?
I have no idea.
Did he do something to you?
No.
You know, you described your property as this, what I envisioned when you were describing it, a really peaceful place.
Yes.
And you seem like kind of a quiet person who would enjoy being out away from people and not, you know, around where things are loud. I mean, you said yourself you don't even have the radio on in the car, and you're smart. You do well with your money.
The detective compliments Susan in an attempt to gain her trust.
Hey, that's one for Dan, too. Don't
Susan
forget.
thinks she's very smart, and by using flattery here, he hopes to distract and disarm her a bit. And it seems to work.
You like your animals. You like your privacy and the quiet out there. That's why you picked the place.
Yes.
Thanks for popping in here, Spider Baby.
Really, it's beautiful out there. I think it's beautiful.
And no, doesn't give a shit about
So
Robert.
you have this
Hope you're getting buzzed up on Friday.
Place, and you try to help somebody out because it sounds like you are a person who likes to help people out.
Yeah.
You're trying to support 4 people right now.
Well,
You're trying to take care of them. You're trying to
most
be good with using their money and helping them out to be smarter and not just drink a 12-pack and get wasted.
Right.
So you seem like a legitimately good person who's trying to do the right thing. And then along comes Robert, and you try to help him out. But for some reason with Robert, you know, he has these episodes.
This is strategic because the questions about Robert likely sound to Susan that the detective believes she is responsible for his death. Saying that she's a legitimately good person is part of the detective's theme development. He's trying to make her believe that he thinks she wouldn't kill someone for no reason to get her to confess.
Oh shit, another one.
He
That's
wants
2
her
for
to
Dan, don't
latch
forget.
on to this line of thinking. She's a good person who made a mistake and had a reason to do what she did. This will likely be much easier for her to admit to, especially when the alternative is that she's a cold-blooded murderer who had the intent to kill Robert. The detective also mentions Robert's episodes as a way of giving Susan an out to explain that she killed Robert because he was being aggressive with her.
And I'm not, it's
Brady,
not what you're making up.
Well, I mean, Brady has episodes
Okay,
too.
well, let's focus on Robert, though.
Okay.
Robert had some issues.
Yes.
Everyone knows that. It's actually documented in police reports.
Okay.
It's unclear exactly what the interrogator is referring to by documented in police reports. However, this could be reference to an incident where Susan's neighbors called the police because they heard Robert making a lot of noise. He was allegedly drunk at the time. What exactly transpired before the police were called and when they arrived on the scene is unknown.
He was a guy who could get loud and drunk and cause problems and pretty much ruin that peaceful, tranquil place that you have out there.
The detective is explaining that Susan is a good person who liked to help people.
Damn, there's
but
a bunch of
perhaps
breaks
Robert
here.
got
I'm gonna
loud
call
and
3 or 4,
drunk and
Dan.
disrupted the tranquility and solitude she likes to have. He's attempting to give her another excuse for harming him in a scenario that's somewhat understandable to her. He hopes Susan will run with this theory and confess to her true involvement.
No.
And I'm guessing that that's what he did at times.
Well, he did that at times, but he was, the only time that I was disturbed by him was when he was making a whole bunch of noise And
But you went and talked to him, right?
yeah.
What'd you guys talk about? I mean, you must have certainly, what I would have done is say, hey, you're living here on my property. It's exactly what I said. You're living here on my property.
Yeah.
You don't need problems with the neighbors. Keep it down or leave. Get out of here.
Well, I
What'd you tell him?
pretty much the same thing, but I didn't say he had to go. I just said be quiet.
Yeah.
Because they
But
were,
it didn't stop with that.
Well, that was the only time that I really heard him.
All right, well, we know of other times.
Oh, well, I don't.
The detective is trying to plant a seed of doubt in Susan's head by making her think they know about other instances, leaving her feeling unsure about anything else
These
they might
detectives
know.
are smart in this one, it
Brady's
seems like.
interview, he goes on to say something completely unexpected that shocks
Another
the
break. Was that
interrogators.
5?
I can't imagine her. Okay. I really can't imagine her doing it.
Okay. Doing what? I don't understand.
The murder or the guys missing
The murder?
them when you guys are.
Brady appears to possibly be intoxicated and is
All right,
rather
I made it back.
incoherent at times.
Yo.
He describes the situation and investigation as a murder, something which he isn't supposed to know. The
As I get
detectives
back,
jump
he's
on him
interrupting.
immediately about
Yeah,
his
dude, there's
use of
like
this
5.
term, as they never mention murder
I was
to him
counting them.
and want him to elaborate on this possible slip-up.
Do I have to take 5 drinks?
Yeah, 5 drinks, I guess. Yeah.
Oh my God! Holy
I
shit!
can imagine her doing it.
All right, count me
Tell
down,
me
chat.
about Robert.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's a cool guy.
Cool guy. Well, how long were you
Nice.
around him?
Couple months.
Couple months.
Yeah.
Woo!
I only knew him for a couple
Chugging
days.
in here.
As a matter of fact, I owed him $10.
Okay.
And so
All right.
some,
Yeah, I'll be right back, dude.
But he always
All right, cool.
told me.
I actually think I got to use the bathroom, and I got a text that says my bathroom, my dog needs to use the bathroom, so
Kids can get
All right, take care of business.
because I think she's gonna
I'm
kill
gonna
me.
let this thing keep rolling.
Told you that.
And you can, hey Stevie, before you go, you can
So
reduce
tell
the
me about
volume on
that.
the video.
When,
You know why?
what-
There's subtitles.
What made
Oh,
it
yeah,
say
yeah,
that?
yeah.
Tell me
You
about-
can bring it down like
Yeah, good
Yeah.
call.
because if they want to pay attention
Good
to what
call.
they're saying, they can just read the subtitles.
Good call. Yeah, I'm gonna lower it right there. Hell yeah.
Not a lot.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
When did she first start talking about she didn't know where? Is that before you moved in? When did she start talking about, hey,
All right, let me see what's going on in chat. Oh yeah.
While talking about Robert, Brady's body language is closed off. Take a look at his feet. Having his ankles tucked up under his chair is not a comfortable seated position.
Brady appears to be
Indicates
intoxicated.
significant discomfort. Notice throughout his interview whether his legs are out in front of him or tucked away under his chair with his
It's another
ankles
interruption as
locked.
well.
This is another indicator of anxiety and is a guarded stance.
Actually, kind of after when I moved in, after I moved
I wonder
in,
what this guy, besides this, what did he do for a living before this? Right, the guy that runs his channel.
this guy's
Is he like a?
And I'm thinking this could get big.
What's the job title for that? Right, a guy who like studies body language.
And why did you think he was getting big? Because I mean, did she think that maybe he just left? I mean, what was she telling you?
Well,
He leans back, rubbing his head with his hand, all of which are signs of uneasiness.
Stephanie was.
I remember there used to be a TV show about a guy who could read body language like he was like an expert, but he was like a freak though because it was a TV show. You could tell when people were lying.
People to pick.
Body language expert? I don't know. I don't know what that's called.
It's a joke. I'm sure it's a joke.
So, well, tell us
But
what you.
you know.
Brady insists this is just a joke several times in this short span of time.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm sure it's a joke.
People sometimes repeat things over and over to try to convince others of the truth of the statement.
So, tell us about what you know about that. Like she's saying this stuff.
You guys, I really, really seriously doubt. I know her pretty good over the years, you guys. That Susan could do anything like that.
Saying really, really seriously could be considered a qualifier, which is often stated when a person isn't being truthful or is withholding information.
Man, that Clarice open the box video should have done way better than it did, right? That was like the hottest shit to come out of the Murdoch trial.
The body moves smoothly, as in Michael's interview, where there's no
So far, in my opinion, anyway. And I may be a little biased because it's our channel and it's Stevie did the editing, but and we did the live stream, but that shit was fucking great.
Well, she mentioned before joking around.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation.
Kinda sex.
no, Stephanie was telling me her guy's missing, and she's ironic. The kid's saying, you know, she's on her thumb feeding pigs.
Okay, yeah, Kinesics.
Somebody's missing here, you know.
Is that how is that pronounced? Kinesics. Kinesics. Okay, yeah. The way in which certain body movements and gestures serve as a form of nonverbal communication. All right, sweet. Dave H with the answers. Right? That fucking Clarice video was fire, dude. It was so good.
It seems that Brady is trying to reveal bits and pieces about Susan's more negative or concerning qualities, but at the same time, he's trying to protect her. Brady may be doing this in order to protect himself because he might be unsure of how much.
I don't know. A lot of people pop in, I think, and watch the lives. I wonder how many of the audience goes and watches Stevie's edited videos, because he is. I'm gonna brag on Stevie for a minute. He's so good at editing. Like he is. He has a knack for it, man. He kills it.
Type of person Susan is, which is why he presents so much calmer than Brady during his questioning.
Right. I mean, she looked like it in the face too a little bit. Like she had that like that Wish.com, that dollar store Clarice look, right? Like it's like, can we have Clarice? No, we have Clarice at home. She has that like, you know, that just slightly looked like Clarice. She looked like Clarice just enough.
I've heard of pigs eating people all the time, and like I say, I've joked about it, and then I have a weird sense of humor.
There's a deviation in her behavior here. Susan's speech isn't as fluent as it typically is.
Dave, I think, you know, to be honest, in terms of like, I think there's been like Drunk Turkey shows put some stuff out, I think. I haven't watched a lot of it. To be honest, I just don't have time. I got a lot of stuff going on in my personal life and with work and stuff. I don't do this full time. So I don't know 100%. I have seen that Drunk Turkey shows put out some videos on the Coburger stuff. Stevie's done some live streams on some like last night he did a conspiracy theory type of stream where he's just kind of exploring different theories. But I don't know if there's anything concrete, to be honest. Probably nothing concrete. It's just rumors. Yeah, thank you, Tanya.
Susan is kind of turning the tables here because the detective has been doubting her truthfulness.
She even talked like Clarice, yeah.
She appears to be educated about the fact that police sometimes lie during interrogations, and she might enjoy pointing this out to the detective, as she may think this knowledge is further proof of
the thing that got me was how fucking long it took her to open that shit, dude. I mean, that was literally unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Well, I'm not lying to you. I am telling you the truth.
Well, like I said,
made no sense.
I'm just looking for Robert, and I'm worried that leg.
Well, this morning, this morning you were looking for a Oregon Trail card, so I don't know.
I wish that video would have gone like super viral though, because that's, in my opinion, the greatest thing to come out of the trial so far was that video.
She mentions that finding the leg is immaterial evidence anyways. The detective then cuts
you know what? I kind of wonder, like, do people that are interested in this content, do they look for comedy? Because that was a comedic video, right? Do they look for the comedy in these things? Yeah, man, the Coburger thing it's a little exhausting, right? Like it's the hottest thing out there right now. It's getting everybody views and attention and all that. And you kind of have to have something new, which nobody has because everything's locked down, or you have to like come up with these wild theories, or like Drunk Turkey, for example, like, you know, they get the call-ins and stuff, and like I don't know, like it's tough out. It's exhausting.
So obviously there's a human leg there. Okay, it's
possibly yes.
Well, it's human. It's human.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
And it's somewhat decomposed. I mean, it's been around for a while. Okay. So obviously,
I agree, Threads. Yeah, it's too much. That's why we try to mix things up. You know, we do other cases and we do other trials and other interrogations and things like we're doing tonight, because I mean it's exhausting. It's too much.
The more someone says something, the more believable it becomes. Because
Now when the trial starts for the Idaho murders, that's gonna I think things are gonna get a little bit crazy, right? Like there's gonna be live streams that are going, and we're gonna be watching that stuff every day because we're interested in it. We're attached to it now. We want to know what happens and what comes of it. And there's probably going to be boring days of that too, just like there's boring days of the Murdaugh case right now, you know. But hopefully there's content there at least. There's and that sounds actually terrible to say because this is a serious thing. But we need to be able to. There needs to be something there that we can pay attention to. Keep our attention.
Very logical and linear in her thinking, versus her being a sociopath or guilty of killing someone and feeling no emotion about it. This is an attempt.
Yeah, it was a package in a pack. It was a box, and then a bag, and then another bag, and then or it was like 2 or 3 boxes, and then a couple of bags.
5% Vulcan, there you go. And 5% Klingon.
So it's right on, right?
By comparing herself to fictional Star Trek characters such as the Klingon.
Yeah, you got to be real.
Susan identifies with
The comedy is what
and must do things their own way.
is what keeps us real.
So,
yes.
so
Logic. Yes, I'm very logical.
you can see what's next in line here, probably.
Well, that's
Yeah, the trial is that's where shit's gonna blow up. I mean, for a channel like us, you know, we got like what?
the only logical explanation.
We're getting close to 3,000 subs. We're a pretty small channel.
To go,
I guarantee that trial is gonna blow us up.
if I had killed him,
We're gonna be covering that trial.
by my house.
Stevie's gonna be editing videos like he always does. We're gonna be doing lives as much as we can. Hell, we may even take a week off work just so we can do lives for the trial. I don't know what we're gonna do. We really haven't worked that out, but
Yeah.
So that's possible.
Yeah.
it's gonna be
Susan
insane.
begins to appear more uneasy and anxious when discussing the possibility of her killing Robert. Perhaps just mentioning killing.
Yeah, Dave said we must have content. The thing is, we have tons of content to pull from. It's just like the Idaho thing is what's popular right now, so it makes it tough. We can cover tons of different cases or whatever. Oh, Stevie's back.
Sorry that took so long.
We can cover tons of cases and everything, but the Idaho stuff is just what's hot right now.
Oh God, shit! People talk about the Idaho thing.
Me too. You know, we're just kind of talking about in general.
Yeah. The Idaho stuff is like, I thought it was going to be dying off, but it's not dying off at all.
Well, actually, we were talking about how exhausting it is.
It's very
Because
exhausting. No, that's the truth.
There's no real good stuff happening right now, and it's all speculation and like. But even if you like what you did last night, you know, you talk about conspiracy theories and it just exploring options when it comes to theories, and it pops off, right? I mean, it's just
right.
That's the thing that's getting that's going right now. And
Just
we were
looking-
also talking about the fucking Clarice thing. I was talking about how that was the best video. In my opinion, if anything comes out of this Murdaugh trial as like the greatest thing to come out of it so far, it's that fucking video that you made. that
was funny.
So good.
And
it is so good.
Threads and Rose's point, she just said the Murdoch trial was fire today. I was watching today. Today was fire.
The shit go down.
Yeah, they had their housekeeper, not the one that died, obviously, but they had one of their housekeepers, the one that was still there when shit went down, and she was a really good witness. Dude, I'm gonna say it right fucking now. I know Tanya's in here and she's keeping up with it thoroughly. I'm back to not thinking he did it.
I have something I want to talk about. Can we talk about the Murdaugh trial for a second?
Let's go.
I talked to a buddy of ours earlier today, chat. I talked to a buddy of ours earlier today, and he gave me a different perspective that I actually didn't think of, and I should have because it's so obvious. But why? And I mentioned this to Stevie, and he actually didn't even reply to me on it. But
what?
Why were there 2 guns used? Why were 2 different guns used in those murders?
Right. Yeah.
Can anybody come up with a reason why 2 different? There was a shotgun used and a rifle. The rifle would have done the job. He only needed the rifle. So why was the shotgun used?
You know, and to play the other side, to cover it to make it look odd, right?
That's exactly what the friend of that I mentioned earlier said.
Here's another angle, and I watched this. I've been deep into this, and here's something I'm thinking. Again, sidetracking with Alex Murdaugh. The boat accident had happened, and even today on the stand, it had been brought out by the latest housekeeper, Maggie Murdaugh, in the town where they lived, had been shunned. The regular society folks, and that was such a big news story when this case with Paul and the boat wreck happened, and that unfortunately that young lady passed away because of his recklessness. There was a trial going on actively when he was murdered. So here's the thing. Alex Murdaugh and his family are such a giant, big, they have so much power in that area. They were probably thinking that Paul would get off, right? Paul's not even going to, shit was going down. Stuff was finally coming out, but they were probably thinking at the end of the day, Paul's not going to have any actual consequences, just like every other time.
The trial for the boat murder was still going on?
When Paul and Maggie was murdered, it was actively going on.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude. That was the people
that was already settled.
The lawyers that are representing Alex now were representing Paul just when he was murdered.
Right. No, I knew that, but I didn't realize that was still happening.
Yeah, that hadn't even concluded. So here, again, just theorizing, people that are pissed off at probably there's not actually going to be any kind of actual consequences for Paul Murdaugh because of who his father is, who his family is. Who's to think to be that pissed off that a family member, I'm not, again, allegedly, whatever you want to say, a family member or somebody would be pissed off enough to come, and it's messed up, but to kill not only Paul Murdaugh, but his mother. And to now, for the state to be going this hard against Alex Murdaugh, and obviously all the people that are involved with his law firm, honestly, I think they were all involved with this weird money laundering that was going on that's involved with him, honestly.
I'm sure.
And they were covering their tracks as well along the lines. And then all this shit starts coming out with Paul. Who's to say that they wouldn't go as far as to do some fucked up shit like this? And then now they're relishing in the fact that he's squirming, possibly losing his life. I mean, I'm not saying that Alex Murdaugh's not a terrible person. He's obviously a terrible person that has fucked a lot of people out of money. But I'm not sure he's a murderer.
Guilty of this crime.
I'm not sure he's a murderer.
I'm about to throw something else out there. So my next question was going to be, what was his motive to kill Paul? His motive to kill his wife was divorce.
The messed up part to me is the Paul part.
So he kills his wife.
Him killing Paul is more messed up to me than Maggie because of how far he was going. He was going so far to protect Paul and his family. And that's what keeps coming out, that he was a family guy through and through.
But all right, so Maggie, they were separated. She was living somewhere else. They were separated. So they were going to get divorced.
Well, that's not official. That's not official, I don't think.
It was happening. It was happening, and he knew it was happening. She was living somewhere else. She even texted her friend.
No. Hold on. They had a separate property that she did like to stay at. This is what I'm learning in real time. But because I thought the same thing you're saying right now. I'm learning basically through the trial that, and it's still possible that could be a thing that they were separating because she had removed her wedding ring, but she had also loved to stay at that residence, especially when it got warmer. She stayed there even away from the family.
And that's fine. But if it's maybe not a definitive motive, but if she was trying to separate from Alex and they were going to get divorced and he knew the divorce was coming because they were having issues, there's the motive for killing the wife, right? That's the motive. Right. Because when the divorce happens, lawyers start digging into financial stuff. Everything gets found out. He's a piece of shit. He's been stealing money and laundering money and whatever he's been doing with. I mean, he's all of his financial stuff is corrupted.
Right.
Right. He doesn't want any of that getting out. So he murders her before she ever files divorce. There's your motive for Margaret. Why? What's the motive for Paul? So
Paul's the one that messes me up. Paul's the one that messes me up.
I've thought, was Paul collateral damage? Did Paul like walk in on him murdering Margaret and he just had to murder Paul?
Here's
or like maybe he was just fed up with Paul's bullshit with the court stuff. Maybe the trial.
That's where I was about to go. Hold on. That's where I was about to go. It had went so far. Everything was about to come out financially because of the boat accident. Paul had basically fucked the whole family up.
That's
and
where
he
I was
basically
going, yep.
now considered Paul collateral damage. And then if Maggie was leaving him, was he basically saying, fuck this bitch and shot her and killed her? Sorry for the language, but just saying.
And it lured them both to the kennels.
That's the other side of it. Yeah. Every day, and I've been talking to Tanya about this, every single day, I'm flipped. I would hate to be a jury member for this one. I'd hate it.
And it goes back to why were two guns used? Did he use them just to make it look like there were two shooters to kind of absolve himself a little bit, right?
Right.
If he's that smart, though, here's my thing. If he's that smart, if he's smart enough to use two different guns, how is he? Where does the clothes come in?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
How was he so dumb to clean his clothes and tell them that he held his?
Hey. And on the other side of it,
he's not that stupid, right?
On the other side of it, I mean, shame on the family that was going to be possibly coming out, right? Because the boat accident happened, all this shit was coming out. Did he kill them potentially to stop the shame from being on them, right? Because I mean, the family was going to fall apart publicly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm seriously on the fence either way. Like every day I change my mind.
And then there's also like the damage done to Paul. Right, it almost seemed like people were thinking Paul
He's
was
lied
the
a lot.
target.
That's true too. He's lied a lot and been caught in lies.
Oh yeah, the lies is what seals the deal for me.
I don't know, man.
Right.
I get messed up on this daily.
Here's where I'm at on it. He either hired someone to do this, or he did it himself, which I think is unlikely. I don't think
could
he
have
used
hired some people, right?
I don't think he used two guns to kill two people. I just don't think he. Think of the logistics of that. You have two people in these kennels, your son and your wife, and let's just say both of those guns are just sitting around you, right? You may even be holding one because this family loves the hunt, right?
They love
maybe
guns. Let's just say that.
He just
guns
one
are
in his
everywhere.
hand.
So we've learned that guns are literally everywhere.
You're likely not holding both of them. So let's say he shoots. You can go either way. He shoots Margaret first, but I don't think he shoots Margaret first because if he's got a rifle that probably, I mean, the magazine in this rifle is probably 5 to 10 rounds easy. And what was it like? It was 3 or 4 in Margaret. 3 or 4 bullets were shot into Margaret, right?
Yeah, Maggie was lit up. 5.
Maggie, I'm sorry, I keep saying Margaret. I'm an idiot. But yeah, Maggie, it was like 3 or 4, right?
Yeah.
And the magazine on that gun, I guarantee, is 10 or more, 10 at least. I would guarantee it. I could be wrong, but I would almost guarantee it's at least 10 rounds. So why do you drop that gun to pick up a shotgun and shoot Paul? Or the opposite, right? You shoot Paul first, and then you pick up a different gun to shoot Maggie. This is where I'm confused.
It does feel like more
would
people
do that?
It does feel like more than one person was probably involved in the actual killing.
You're not going to drop a gun while the other person is obviously going to be scared or freaking out or whatever to pick up another gun to then finish the job. So
Right.
I think either he hired somebody to do this or he hired somebody to help him do this.
Everybody in chat is mentioning the super sus death of the housekeeper. And that's true too. I mean, the 911 call and that is super sus.
I think
Absolutely.
there's deaths that there's a lot of deaths that happen around this family that are cover-ups.
Right.
And that's one of them. You know, like shit happens, like somehow, like they're spoiled fucking idiots, these people.
100%.
They're like the one with the gay kid with Buster.
Right.
Like, I mean, this shit is happening. The boat accident, the housekeeper, this shit is happening all the time. I'm pretty sure these fucking
they lived a lawless life, basically.
They lived a fucking lawless life, and they just covered it up every time.
Basically,
this one's impossible to cover up. I mean, you shot your own,
right?
Your wife and kid is dead, and I don't know how you. Here's another thing. How
but
did he
why
not cover
greasy physique? He said, I mean, he can carry 2 guns at once, but why?
Yeah, but why?
Like,
exactly
that's the
why?
question.
He could have, but well, back to he was using it to cover it up, right? He was using it to make it look like it was more than one shooter.
That's why I think there was more than one shooter, unless that was his idea. Which hell, he's a fucking lawyer. He's a smart guy.
Greasy's actually the guy that I was talking to about this earlier. He's the one that I was talking about, our friend,
right?
And he brought up the point that I didn't think of, which is he's literally trying to make it look like it was more than one person to cover his own tracks, right? Which is it's a valid, you know.
Real quick, to Threads and Roses said to Tanya, the Snapchat video was taken at 7:30 of them checking the trees. That was an earlier in the day Snapchat. There's a second Snapchat, the Kennels Snapchat.
The Kennels.
Oh no, she's mentioning that, the 844 one. Oh, my bad.
The Kennels one was like
the
moments
time
before.
frame is what fucks me up, honestly. Because by 10 p.m. the murders have happened. Even before that, 9 something, 8:50, they're having these 8:44 whatever. They're having these Snapchats.
And the other thing, you know, he denies ever being down there.
Right. That's what messes you up, the lies. He's lying.
The lies. So he's obviously involved.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Literally, I could have my mind changed at any time, guys.
Like, you can't, in my personal opinion, you cannot take him out of the equation because he lies so much.
Yeah. He lies a lot. 100%. Like,
the lies are the problem. Honest to God, dude, if he didn't lie, his whole story would be so much more believable. If there were no lies in the whole thing, he would be much more. All he has to do is say, "Yeah, I was down there with him," but the clothes too. Like, if he still had the bloody clothes on, which is what's crazy, right?
Hey, wait a minute, and like, dude, I know you're not watching it like super close, but dude, the state has fucked up endlessly. Like,
oh, really?
Like, endlessly fucked this thing up. I mean, so many times and this is whether you agree, whether you think he did it or not. If you're just kind of looking at this legally, there's some shenanigans going on. Like, there's a lot of fucky stuff going on. I think that's what changes my mind, whether I think he did it or not. It's kind of like the way the state's kind of portraying it. Maybe if we go more with what the facts are instead of trying to make a fucking show out of it.
Yeah,
it would persuade
to the housekeeper's family thing. Aren't they working out a way to get them that money?
Dude, on the stand yesterday, one of the sons were on there, and he said, dude, they never got clarified. I'm not sure. They sued Alex Murdaugh after that fact and got $6 million.
The son of the housekeeper?
The sons. 2 of them. And,
so they got the money.
But I'm not sure. That literally, we could watch it, but on the stand, the sons are basically, they kept saying, oh, but you got $6 million. And they said yes. But you know how that kind of goes in court, right? And I will say this, and dude, I don't want to sound messed up. I'd have to show you the guy. I'd have to let you hear the guy talk. I mean,
is he like foreign?
He's not foreign. He's kind of fucking dumb. I don't know how to say it. Like, he's not. Oh, I mean, no disrespect. His brother is not even.
Wait.
His brother isn't even functional as a human, as an adult.
So it's like autism or something. Or like
I don't even think it's autism, and I don't mean any disrespect at all. And dumb is not the right word at all. He's just. It seemed like
he was a handicap.
He's not even a handicap. He's just a little bit slow, I feel like. He was taken advantage of by Alex Murdaugh is what happened. That's what the fuck happened. Like, and I hate to even word it the way I'm wording it because it sounds messed up, and I don't mean any disrespect towards the kid because I felt terrible for the guy. But then apparently he got $6 million. But dude, actually, and I started thinking about this. You know how that shit goes in court? Did he actually get the $6 million? Because if he doesn't have the $6 million to give, because the last I heard, Alex Murdaugh had $600,000, and all that was going to Harpootling and his team for what's going on right now. So, I mean, there's a lot of, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'm getting worked up.
Yeah, learning disability, I think, is maybe. I literally, I said
Learning
probably
disability, dude, and I'm probably gonna get canceled right now. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm drunk and I'm just being a human, but I
Right,
feel
right.
bad for
No,
the guy. Dude, I was watching this guy testify. And I was like, Jesus Christ, give this guy his money.
I said one of the worst words you could say for that, but I mean, it's just the word that it's literally what the word means. I don't. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. So they maybe have gotten money, but you're not sure they've gotten money.
I'm not sure. It wasn't actually clarified in the when he was on trial.
He said they've gotten $6 million,
but it was you'd have to see it. It's the way it's worded. Basically, he's basically just saying yes and no. He's not clarifying anything. Like he's not
they're manipulating his testimony.
It's very. You'd have to watch it, man. Like
they're manipulating his testimony.
I don't even know if I want to an extent, probably, but at the same time, it's just that he is like. There's not a lot extra coming out. Like
what I get what you're saying,
because everybody else is just telling you a story. He's basically yes.
He doesn't understand what's happening, which means they're manipulating his testimony.
Right. Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. The best way to put it. Bear Down Cats, thanks for popping in. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Friday night.
It's literally the same thing as like a police officer interrogating a underage child or a mentally disabled child or a mentally disabled person, and when they interrogate these people, they project their own narrative onto them, and they just say yes or no. Right. That's what happens.
Yeah.
And it's garbage. It's horrible. And I would think any jury with a reasonable mind would see that and dismiss it, or a court honestly should dismiss
dude,
it.
I will say this: the judge is garbage, dude. Whether you're for or against Alex Murdaugh or however you feel about it, I don't like the judge at all. I feel like I don't know, like he's not even there half the time.
He's strict as hell, though, ain't he? Isn't he wild?
I feel like he's not listening half the time. Personally,
shit go constantly.
He lets it all go, basically. Like
for the defense or the prosecution.
Yeah, like I don't know. That's an interesting one. Is what it is.
I haven't even been looking at chat. They've probably been making some great points over there.
Let me see real quick before we pop back in here.
I saw a couple of Greasy's.
I was kind of watching a little bit. Yeah, Greasy knows. He's been keeping up with it. Really appreciate it. I did call out Bear Down Cats. Hell yeah. Carol. Threads is keeping up with it too. And Tanya, I talk to on a regular basis here. Well, yeah,
I may be way out of line on some of this. I don't know. This is I'm flowing right now. Let's say that.
Hell, that's the thing about Publicly Buzzed. Get a little bit buzzed. We'll talk about it. Let's get back into this pig killer.
I'm not afraid to admit I'm wrong either. If you call me out on something I say and I'm completely out of line or wrong on it, then just.
And I was saying last night, I'm not married to any ideas. I can be swayed. It's happened live many times.
Yeah, we're pretty open-minded.
Because I had gotten upset because she started screaming too much at me. I've been married. I'm sure you guys are married. I don't deal with that very well. I said, go f
okay.
yourself. And I moved out. And then I went and talked to him that same day. Last words I spoke to him was, I'm out of here.
I'll have an Alex Murdaugh stream soon. We'll get into it.
Yeah.
I love you. I shook his hand, and he said, dude, I envy you. I wish I could move out of here. She's going to kill me.
So this guy knew. I mean,
that I was kind of interested in, Susan, is here's a person that came to your house and is now clearly missing, and you hadn't seen him for a while.
Yes.
Are there other people that have came to your house and unexpectedly left their property?
No.
And left that place? I mean,
when Susan is asked if other people have gone missing from her property, she makes a couple anchor point movements, such as shifting both feet. She also brings her hands in closer.
That's a drink
together,
moment, by the way.
which could be a sign of anxiety at this question. Remember this part, because this question about other people disappearing on her property becomes sickeningly important later.
we got
Stevie.
to narrow in the
I'm sorry, what?
I said that was a drink moment.
Oh shit. They'll spaced out there.
So, obviously we've got to take this and get DNA and make a comparison. So I'm making sure there's nobody else that we might have to try to make a comparison. I don't want to just assume that this is Mr. Haney, right?
Yes. No. The last person to stay at my property was over a year ago, and his name was Pawn. He's a
Pawn.
piano guy.
So Pawn had been at your place. What happened to Pawn?
He went somewhere. I heard from him 2 or 3 months ago, and he was thinking about moving back to my place.
Okay. So
Oh, Carol's asking for the volume on the interrogation.
Oh shit, my bad.
He's not disappeared. He's not deceased on your property. So
Well, you have to find him, don't you?
well,
Yeah.
Wait.
Gosh.
That's really loud, by
What
the
the
way.
fuck?
It went wild.
Did y'all just hear that though?
What was it?
Listen to this shit.
So
And he was thinking about moving back to my place.
Okay. So Pawn still exists then. He's not disappeared. He's not deceased on your property. So
Well, you have to find him, don't you?
well,
Yeah.
Wait.
God.
What the fuck?
Well, that's admission of guilt.
Well, you got
isn't
to
it?
find him, don't you? Well, if they don't
If
fucking
I've ever
find
heard
him, she's playing with the cops. Dude, she's insane. First of all, she's out of her fucking mind. She just had a break and then seeped out for a second there, and she's like, "Oh, let's push that back inside." They haven't fully found out yet.
That was crazy.
What the
That was a
fuck?
weird
Sense of
thing.
humor.
Right.
What have they told you about this missing person?
Oh yeah, beard and
I
cats.
don't know much about it. They just get the heebie-jeebies when
Yep.
you guys have thought about it. Kind of freak them out.
I've seen that
Didn't
name.
do that much.
The detective
been here a few
confronts
times.
Brady,
Yep.
and he instantly
Okay,
responds
cool.
with an
Not
awkward
sure what
laugh and
man or
continues with the
woman.
jerky body movements, demonstrating his discomfort. Brady's inopportune laugh could be his way of self-soothing or making light
Yeah,
of a
that's
situation where he feels uncomfortable or nervous.
I don't think.
Oh,
I agree. I can't remember who it was. Somebody
Uh,
said earlier that he looks drunk, and I definitely agree.
Tony wants that one more time.
He's not disappeared. He's not deceased.
It
on
was
your
weird.
property.
She
So
fucking
You have to
snapped.
find him, don't you?
well,
Yeah.
Right back, dude. That's so
Super
quick.
fucking
Went
creepy,
somewhere.
dude.
I heard from him.
We have to find him, don't ya?
so Pawn still exists then. He's not disappeared. He's not deceased on your property. So
Well, you have to find him, don't you?
well,
Bro. If I was one of these cops, I'd just get up and leave. I'm like, I'm retiring. I'm out of here.
Like,
Thank you
this
very
is
much.
fucking- this is some
Leatherface
haunted
is in
shit.
the
What's going
interrogation
on?
room, bro.
Fuck me.
wait.
Gosh.
I've been trying to figure out what her sweatshirt says. What is
I think
that?
it's Michigan.
Fronts Brady.
Oh, I think Stevie fucking nailed it on the first
They're
lap.
more serious.
Or have you also been looking at it?
I just think it says Michigan. I just looked at it.
Snap
looks like a
and you
college.
fucking nailed it that quick?
I think so.
'Cause it was hard to see. Like, I
It
looked
looks like
at
a
it, I was
college
like,
sweater.
it does, yeah. I think it is Michigan, though. I think you nailed it.
People don't understand.
A lot of people are.
I can see her doing it. Yeah. I can see her doing it. I really
Yeah,
can see her doing
Strict
it.
9 knows it was Michigan. I'm pretty sure.
So why do you say that, though?
Well, because
why?
Maybe
Toodles, too.
Well, why
Maybe
say
Toodles,
that?
I like
Why
that.
say that?
That's a good name.
I don't think Susan could do that. I mean that, but I think that now what she told me, I don't know if you guys have looked at it. I'm sure you
Oh,
have.
Carol's not happy
But she's
about it.
adamant about him telling
Oh,
her
what?
that someone
She's from Michigan, Carol.
Oh shit.
his daughter, he was
Moosehead.
crazy drunk about it and screaming and hollering several nights. I'll kill him, I'll kill him.
Oh, Kristen,
That's
thank you so
what
much
she told me.
for showing up.
And he
Good
was
night.
crazy about it.
Oh shit. Kristen
Yeah.
Hell had
Yeah.
a headed
He's
now.
screaming, yelling. I mean, does she ever say anything about them having domestics or fights
Hell
or
yeah.
anything?
Oh shit. Yeah, Kristen. I know Kristen actually personally. Thank you very much, Kristen, for hanging out. That's awesome.
Oh, sweet.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
No, that's awesome, Kristen. Good
No,
night.
she's
Thank you.
walking
Seriously.
pretty good, I think.
I just put that together. I sent her a link. Thank you.
Nice.
You know, right when we started, you
Yeah, I
mentioned
didn't even send any links out
about-
tonight. I completely
Well, I don't think
just
she
slipped
did.
my
I
mind.
don't think she would murder someone or kill someone. I don't remember the exact words she used.
I didn't
I
even
guess the
post
question
on
was,
social
what
media
makes
or
you think
nothing
we would
about
think
this.
that? Where did this come
Good,
from?
Susan.
I was
Yeah,
running
where
tonight
did-
though.
why
I was late almost even getting here.
Nah, dude.
I've been fucking rushing all day, so.
You think Sue may have done it? Heaven's sake. That's
Wow,
Well, he's
5:20
missing, right?
a.m.
He's
for
missing.
Inquisitive
So
Room.
It's on her property.
People will be-
Damn, where you at, Inquisitive Room?
Wait a second.
UK, maybe?
sounds-
Notice Brady's word choice.
Yeah, Kristen, please pop back by, man. We always have a good time in here. Definitely. Love that. Thank you.
Here. He said it was on her property, and yet at this
Yeah,
point,
you are up
he
late
hasn't
tonight.
been
Damn.
informed about the gruesome discovery found on Susan's land.
I've done lots of missing people cases where
Yes,
people
this dude don't even know yet that they done found body parts on this
call
lady's
and they say,
land.
hey, so-and-so used to live here, but they left.
Well, you guys have showed up there. You've been there, and she said, she told me that you guys are looking at
England,
Okay,
yep.
there you go. So when did she tell you
Have
that?
a lot of people coming from the UK. Hell yeah.
A week ago or.
Yeah, maybe same time as
Well,
us.
Yeah, the reason we're trying to understand what you're saying.
Well, I can understand that. You guys can understand that somebody missing from property, and so she kind of gave me that same impression,
I think it says
But she
watch
seemed
me.
real concerned about it.
Is that a late reply to the sweater?
Excuse me.
That's dude, I'm an idiot. I just got it. Oh my god, it was a hilarious joke actually.
She hadn't offered.
What was it?
Dave said we were talking about what the sweater says, and he says, "I think it says watch me."
As soon as you said that, it made me get it.
Right? It took me a whole 3 seconds to even register.
What do you believe our
That's
next
great.
step in this investigation is going to be?
Because it was a minute ago when we were talking about it. I think he may be a little bit behind,
Look in the pig pen and
but
see
that's
if you
really
find
funny.
any
No,
more
that's
parts.
hilarious.
I'll be right back. I gotta
Where
dip
else
out for a
would we
second.
look, do you think?
All right.
Do you think we would look other places too?
My neighbors are, Karen and Lorna are over here. So when he went crazy, they heard him and they hear everything and then complaining to you guys and to the county and everybody else. And that's why I lost my hair a couple of years ago.
Susan has been deflecting with generic statements prior to this, but this comment is way off topic and may be meant to elicit sympathy from the detectives.
Because the county had come out and said I needed to clean up my place or I was going to get fined $600, and I had no idea where I was going to get $600. So for 2 nights I didn't sleep. And then immediately after that I started.
Susan pushes on her forehead with her hand, which is known as facial distortion. This behavior often happens when someone is feeling especially anxious or upset. Susan's land is very important to her, and the thought of losing it was likely
How
very
did she get this
stressful
land?
for
I guess
her.
it's from family.
I'm very self-conscious. I've always been.
I bet she's
somewhat
fed more
of a
than two
loner.
too. Inquisitive Room.
And now, I'm very much more of a loner. I don't go anywhere. Since shortly after this happened, I have not been able to look in a mirror. For the last 2 years, I have not looked in a mirror. I take a cloth, I wipe my face. I've not been able to take a bath in 2 years.
Whoa.
We can't say for certain if this is true, but the information Susan is providing here could indicate that she might have begun to mentally and emotionally decompensate 2 years ago when she began losing her hair. Abandoning hygiene is an indication of severe mental and emotional problems.
Whoa.
And then today I go ahead.
There's a couple drinks too.
And you people won't
Anybody
let me go
playing
down
along?
and relieve myself, so I'm walking around for an hour and a half in my pants.
Susan refers to the officers as you people, showing her disdain for them, and it's a sign of disrespect. Notice that both officers are sitting leaning forward towards her with their elbows on their knees. They're trying to get Susan to mirror this position, which is often seen when someone breaks down and confesses. This position is a sign of resignation.
This work on you, dude.
Susan, what do you think the
Do it,
chances
Dave.
are we're going to find the rest of Robert?
When Susan
Oh, shit,
finishes her
Tony.
story
Hey.
about her hair, the officers have no response to her whatsoever
Bro.
and just dive right back into the facts of the case and questioning her. It's a little surprising that they offer no empathy towards her after her long-winded story about how badly she feels about herself. By not acknowledging her feelings, the detective may have damaged the rapport that he had built with Susan so far.
The only place that I would be able to say
Fucking game.
would be if it were in the gully between where his stuff is and the trailer. He might have fallen down. But you guys have been down there. I was down there. I never saw anything.
Susan, have you ever fed your pigs any other animals before?
No. A couple of weeks ago, I went and made some stew when I had to put the bones in the liquid.
Yeah, it makes sense, Carol.
Add flavor to it before I made the meal.
What do the pigs do when they eat the bones like that? Do they crunch them all up?
Most of the bones. I know there's a big skull out in the back pen.
Of what?
Of one of the pigs.
Pig skull?
Yes.
So they didn't eat up the skull then?
No.
So if a human ended up in there, then it's not likely they'd eat up the human skull then either, would they?
Well, a pig skull is a lot bigger.
Mm-hmm. Back to the start here. Susan, our intention is to go find the rest of this person.
Yes.
Okay. And we're going to search.
Yes.
Until we do find.
Yeah, she completely broke down because anybody that's seen the way she looks during the trial,
the parts that we find do belong to the same person.
she tried to look normal again.
Compare and make sure either it's Robert or if it's somebody else.
Well, I mean, if
we need to know if you have any knowledge of anything that happened to him.
Piggly Wiggly.
That now would probably be the time to tell us.
When there's a delay in responding, this can sometimes indicate deception. A pause is appropriate when a question requires thought. However, other questions, like whether Susan knows what happened to Robert, should be easy to answer if she didn't have anything to do with it.
Sometimes, Susan, things happen that we have no control over, or we didn't know was going to happen, or for various reasons, and we hide things out of fear or embarrassment.
The detectives start using the read technique, offering alternate explanations for why she did what she did, and offering a less morally despicable explanation by saying things like, "Things just happen, and people make mistakes." This is to get her to latch onto one of these explanations and confess to some involvement. They're doing this now because they can see Susan is feeling defeated and has lost some resolve in sticking with her lies.
If my pigs did eat Robert, would you kill my pigs?
Well, I don't know. That's something we'd have to look at.
God. Yeah, I'm
This
really
is
sorry
an
to hear
odd
that.
question and possibly Susan's way of deflecting the suspicion away from herself. However, it's possible that this is another example of Susan's black and white thinking.
Wow.
In her mind, killing the pigs would be wrong because it's not their fault that they ate something in their pen. The pigs don't have morals that would keep them from eating a person, so she doesn't think it would be fair for her pigs to die for doing something that they can't control.
Now, you mentioned an incident to us where Susan held you into the pig area. Tell me about that.
I thought she was just joking, but she's a big woman.
Well, how old was he, Inquisitor Brown?
She just
And what kind of
lifted me
dog
up
was he?
and held me over the pig farm because I was looking at her pigs, and she knows I'm scared of them. I'm scared of them. I would never get in there. But anyway, I was looking at her, and she held me over and laughed. And then she told me, "I would like to see how fast my pigs could get rid of a human body."
Are those pigs friendly? Huh? Are those pigs friendly out there?
No.
No? Aggressive? Aggressive?
Okay.
So was she mad at you at the time, or does that
No.
just seem like something just kind of
I thought it was funny.
Okay.
You know, I thought she was kidding.
Okay, so you guys weren't involved in an argument at that
No.
time?
Yeah, it's funny that she was holding
According
you
to
over
Michael,
the
she
pigs.
laughed as she said these words. If this is true, this could be an indication that Susan may have some sadistic traits, as she might derive enjoyment from inflicting harm on others, or at the very
Again, just imagine how strong you have to be to hold this dude. Again, he's small, but over top of this pig pen.
least from bullying or threatening others. Oftentimes, people with antisocial personality disorder have
Straighten up.
sadistic tendencies. We can't draw any conclusions about Susan's diagnosis, but with this information being revealed by Michael, there's a possibility that Susan may have derived pleasure from thinking about and acting
man.
on
Yeah, I'm sorry to
feeding
hear
a
that,
human
Inquisitive
being
Room.
to her pigs.
Large pig there.
Susan, why don't you just tell us what happened?
Note that Susan uses her drink to stall as she speaks and then begins to sigh heavily. She first raises her hand to cover her eyes when she's asked to tell the detectives what happened and does it again now.
Yeah, she's getting
When
close to wanting to
detectives
say
see all
something.
of these things together, especially the eye blocking, it can be a sign of deception as the deceptive person doesn't want to face the reaction from the other person.
Everything that I told you was the truth. Up until about a week after Bobby had called me. I don't know when, but sometime about a week after Bobby had called, I went down. He was like half eaten. He was
Whoa.
By what?
by the pigs.
Okay.
He was like half eaten by the pigs. It was early in the morning. And I saw what had happened. His guts were all over the place.
Oh my God.
He was still alive.
What?
I knew he wasn't going to be alive for more than a few more minutes.
Here she is covering her mouth with her hand as she says this, which could be another clue of deception. People who are lying sometimes hide their mouth, attempting to cover the lie.
I went back up to my house and I got a gun and shot him in the head.
If it was true that Susan found her
Oh
pigs
my
eating
God.
Robert, most people would have immediately either gone to try to help him and or called 911.
But his guts
When
were
Susan
out
says
everywhere.
this, her mouth is covered by her hand, almost blocking the words coming out of her mouth. It's possible that Susan's trying to hide her emotions by covering her mouth because maybe the sadness she's trying to express is feigned.
I didn't want.
Oh shit, okay.
I didn't want my pigs to be shot for not doing something that the natural causes. Well, pigs get hungry. If he was out there, I don't know what happened to start with.
Shit, she's
If he
going
went
right
out
into it.
and started doing something to them. I can't see that my pigs would go ahead and do something to somebody without cause.
There's a deviation in her behavior here because she's much
Wow.
louder and there's more emotion in her voice compared to just moments ago when
Me
she
too,
was
Carol.
describing how
Who's
she
got rules?
supposedly found Robert half-eaten and shot him. It's possible that this change in tone of voice is an indication of tension, as a change in pitch is often a sign of emotional stress. It's also safe to say that Susan simply feels more strongly about her pig's well-being than she does about Robert's.
They've always been very friendly with me. They still are very friendly with me. I didn't want to say anything, and because I was afraid you were going to go out and shoot my pigs.
Wow.
That's not going to happen right now, okay? And we're going to look into that, but tell me, back at the beginning, how did you know Robert was there? Did you
Pig
hear
get
noise?
hungry, you
What
know?
happened?
I came down in the morning. I'd say this was This was maybe, it was over a month since I had seen him last.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to run to use the bathroom real quick.
Because it was about that time.
I think it was the fourth one, halfway through the fourth, maybe the fifth one. I'm not even sure. I'll be right back though. If Dan gets back in the meantime,
So he had been
let him know I'll be right back.
He had been gone over a month.
Okay.
He had been gone over a month. I came down to feed my animals, and I heard this moaning and stuff.
Did you hear screaming?
Not really a scream.
Just moaning.
Moaning more, yeah. And his guts were out, but he was still alive.
Again, she covers her mouth as she says he was still alive, possibly signifying that she's not telling the truth about this. Touching one's face is also a self-soothing technique.
And how did you know he was alive?
I could see his arm moving.
And was he still moaning?
Yeah, it was moaning a little bit.
So what did you do then?
I yelled at the pigs, and they were doing their thing. They're just, having lunch or breakfast. They were having breakfast on him. And I could see that, there was no way he was going to get to the hospital and live. I didn't think he was going to live more than a few more minutes.
Did he say anything to you?
No, he didn't say anything. He was just moaning.
So, you went back into your house.
I went up and got my rifle and shot him in the head.
How many times?
I don't know.
More than once?
I don't know.
The not remembering is very unusual. When someone has a selective memory, this can sometimes be a deceptive indicator. However, it's difficult to prove that someone is lying when they say they don't remember. It seems as though Susan doesn't want to admit how many times she shot Robert. If she admits that she shot him multiple times, she may be concerned that will make her look more guilty.
I have no idea.
So you're sure you did it once?
Yes.
But you're not sure if you did it more than once?
I don't know if I did it more times. I don't know.
So after you shot him, then what happened?
After I shot him.
Did he die immediately?
Yes.
And then what'd you do?
I went and fed my other animals, and I just left him there.
And so, as far as you know, he was never moved from that big place. What reason do you think that
I have no idea why he would go in the pig pen. I have none at all.
Susan begins answering the detective's question before he even finishes asking it, which is something to take note of. When suspects take either too long to answer a simple question or interrupt to answer a question, it could be because they're not being honest. Answering too quickly shows an overeagerness to tell their side and defend themselves, while a long pause shows the person is carefully considering the answer they want to give, or concocting a lie on the spot.
Were you angry at him when he came back?
Threads.
I didn't see him come back.
I tried to be quick there.
I was angry at him and angry at my...
Drinking gets real now.
Pigs for what happened.
Seriously, everybody's in here just chilling. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it.
Gonna be right by the
south of the barn.
South of the barn.
You guys make it fun,
Pretty
man.
close to the barn. How close do you think it was to the barn?
Let's refreshen this drink. How about that? Ran out of ice. I was watching. No. Put a little ice in here. Boom.
40 feet.
A little refresher on the crown.
So what happened, after you fed the rest of your animals and then checked to see? Obviously, the pigs are going to do what they're going to do. You can't stop them.
Right.
So if they're going to come back to them, if you originally maybe you were trying to shoo them off, but obviously leaving them there, they're going to eat it, right?
Refresher on the crown.
Susan covers her face, displaying that she either is ashamed of what she did or feels overly stressed. Hiding her face psychologically removes her a little from the situation and the direct glare of the interrogator.
So, did you check back to see
soda?
A couple days later. Well, no, I mean every day. And
which is what makes you have to piss anyway. That's what the hell Dan is, but
I mean, there's got to be
Boy,
some.
messing with that
offer.
crown now. It's already, it's that peach crown too.
Right?
It's a holiday. Got a little bit for Christmas still working
A few
on.
days later, when most of him was gone, I went in there and I
A
picked up
pork
the
snack would be
clothes.
great, but I do not.
I picked up the few parts that were left.
I think it says Michigan, Tanya.
There was the skull and
Oh man, Pookie, that sounds good.
I'm not sure. I know
Speaking
there was
of
a skull.
which,
if you go back out to my barn and when you go,
I might need to get off camera just for a second. I'll be right here though, still in the vicinity.
what's left of him is in a couple of plastic bags right there.
Okay.
Susan appears to be at least somewhat bothered by picking up Robert's remains. The fact that she left his body there for 2 days could suggest that she wanted the pigs to destroy the evidence.
Where did you shoot him at?
I shot him in the head. I did not look to see where I was shooting him. I just took the rifle and shot.
Was he laying on his back?
Good call,
Side?
Pookie. Don't want to do that on camera, but
Most likely anything
Yes.
would have been like.
I don't know. I didn't look.
I want to have it's called like BG33.
I saw him. That his guts, laying on his back.
Twist them up now.
I knew there was no way for him to be alive more than a couple more minutes. I went up to the house.
You have some kind of
shot
pin or
my
something,
rifle.
but got to work with something off camera
this, I
tonight.
just turned my head and I shot. And then I didn't see
guys
any
know
more
that.
moan. I didn't see his heart move or any more moaning, and I left.
Should have brought the grinder over here. Let me 1 sec.
Did you ever think? Did you ever think it was possible that maybe if you got an ambulance there, they might be able to do something for him?
No. I didn't think he was gonna. There was no way. I mean, an ambulance takes half an hour to get to him. There was no way he was gonna live more than another couple of minutes. And I did pretty much the way I do everything else. I do not like to see an animal suffer. I did not like to see him suffering.
Comparing Robert to one
I'm
of the pigs
watching.
suggests that she has difficulty understanding social norms, as it's not socially appropriate
off
to
camera,
compare
though.
ending
No
a
one-
human's
no one-
life to ending a pig's life.
The bag
No one
that
knows
has
that.
the skull and the other few remaining parts in it, did you ever try to destroy those at all, or did you just put them in the
No,
bag?
I couldn't think about anything. The burn barrel's right there.
Okay. And the
Well,
clothes are
he's
still in
dead.
there.
They're burnt
I was trying to
up.
wait on him, but I was
Anything
like, man,
else
I
that
gotta
might
roll
have
out for a
been there
second.
burned up? Like maybe a wallet might have been in there. You don't know.
I don't know. I didn't go.
Dan does have a lot of
stuff.
stuff, crazy stuff going on at the house this week. His wife had to take like
I
a
haven't-
radioactive
I haven't
pill for
emptied the
something that
burn
she's got
barrel.
going on.
It's half full of
So we should be
ashes.
doing something with her.
Were you worried using his card though, after you knew that he was dead, that you would get caught?
Maybe not though, because she's got a
No.
quarantine. So, what the hell do I know?
I didn't really think about it.
Susan, I'm a little concerned on this, and I appreciate you being honest about what you've
Oh,
told us.
Tanya, you. Oh.
There's a piece here missing.
I do hate to leave the stream though. I'm not a fan of it at all.
That here's a person.
But these long on Friday nights we go
goes into that
long.
pig
Like we'll
pen.
probably be here
I
till 2 in the
don't
morning,
know.
3 in the
I-
morning.
I don't know.
And
I ain't
then
messing
he
around.
ends
This
up
is not
in
Friday
there
night, guys.
mysteriously.
Again,
I don't
I'm
know
gonna pause
if
it just
he-
for a second. I'm trying to get through this, but I have made a schedule. Everybody, everyone that's in here right now, you are the real OGs. I have made a schedule currently, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and then all through the week randomly, edited videos, but lives Tuesday, Thursday, and Fridays. Tuesday and Thursday, I'm gonna try to do Tuesday and Thursdays at 9, but it could be 10. But I am shooting for 9. Thursday last night I did 9, and I kind of liked how fast I got through. It was an hour and a half. Got out by 10:30, so I had a little bit of a. Because the thing is, like having time to chill after. Like I'm so hyped up after. Friday nights don't matter. I'm off on the weekends, but hell yeah, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's gonna be happening.
He ever, like I say,
Did he come after you,
Buzzed
and
up.
threaten you, and something happened, Susan?
No, he never came after me or threatened me for
Did
any
he do
reason.
something to you or
No.
a place that
No,
caused you to do something to him?
no, he never did anything to me. And the only thing he ever did to me was make a big mess.
Right.
And I'm not shooting somebody because I made a mess.
Because you got to see through my eyes that this story seems convenient.
I have no
rather
idea.
than
I have no idea. I have no idea how he got in there or why he would go in there. I don't know.
Did you ever hear her make threats toward Robert? Like, I'd like to kill that guy, or I'm going to do this with him, or that?
Yeah, I heard her say, I will shut him up. And I don't know if that's a threat, but she shut him up, I guess.
Tanya?
so he never threatened you, never came up in a
No.
drunken rage.
Buzzed
never
up.
called
That's a good
his
name,
house
too,
mad
actually.
about
No.
somebody
Oh, what's up,
stealing
man?
his
Gentleman
stuff
named
or
Buzzed
doing
Up.
anything of that
No.
nature.
No.
The detective is presenting Susan with possible justifications for her killing him.
Because you have the right to defend yourself. You know that. If something happened to you,
No. No.
It's a-
If he had
off
come
camera,
up to
just
my
say you gotta
house
see a
and
man about
threatened
a
me and
dog.
I had shot him, I would have called you immediately.
I like
I would
it.
have called you immediately.
are you frightened of the pigs?
No, I'm not frightened at all.
Anything wild been happening?
I've never.
Not really, just been chilling, honestly. I had to go use the bathroom at one point. I left them unattended, but
been
That's
frightened of
fine.
them. I had a 940-pound pig,
nah, it's been good.
and he would kill me in a minute if he wanted to. But he was
I'm
very
not a
gentle.
Fireball fan.
When he was about 400 pounds or something.
No, I
walked
didn't get
by
a snack. I've got people that I got to take care of in my house right now. It's a little unusual for me, to be honest. But yeah,
And I was
I don't want
scratching
to
the
go
back
into too
of
much
his neck.
detail.
And he hit me with his head and put a cut in my leg right here. That's the only time any of my animals have ever hurt me at all.
What is this? Is this fake
And he was-
crying?
he was
Or
not being-
why does she sound like she's like in pain?
Oh, she's kind of going into it a little bit. Not full on like admitting that she fed them to the pigs, but basically telling a story right now.
Seems like some fake emotion is what it sounds like
yeah,
to me right now.
she just
And
mentioned
that's just, that's just like a sitting down and hearing it, immediate first impression kind of
yeah,
thing.
and that's a good call out the gate. But she's just mentioned that I forget the guy's name, but one of the guys that she had walked out in the morning and seen him in the pigs in the pen, half eaten and his guts out, and he was still alive. And she went inside and got a gun and killed him.
Oh,
but I don't think that's completely true.
right.
Well, she didn't find him like that, anyways, right? She put that motherfucker in there.
Mean. He was not being mean at all to me.
Yeah, she's kind of looking for some sympathy right now.
He just
Yep.
twisted
And she does seem to have this weird emotional attachment to
his
these
head and
pigs.
he weighed 3 times or twice, but I did it. He just
Like she cares more about
Put
the
a
pigs
little-
than the people, right?
little
Yeah.
cut in my leg and knocked me down. Our pigs are not mean.
Although covering one's mouth can be an indicator of deception, it's possible that this is not the case for Susan. This may be a typical behavior for her when she's feeling emotional. It's possible that she wants to appear strong, and she may feel that showing emotion is weak. By covering her mouth when she's
Interesting.
upset, she may be trying to create a barrier between her and the detectives as a way to hide her feelings from them. The fact that she's covering her mouth while she tells the story about her pig hurting her lends support to the theory that this is her
She's trying
attempt
to
to hide her
absolve the
emotions,
pig.
rather than to cover a lie, as it wouldn't make sense for her
Yeah,
to be
she's trying to
dishonest
absolve
about
the
getting
pig.
cut.
Yeah,
Like
she
any
doesn't want the
wrongdoing.
pigs to be killed.
That's fucking insane.
Pig.
Weird.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is why it's important to not make any judgments about whether someone is being dishonest simply based off of one deceptive indicator. You need to look at the
God
whole
damn, this
picture,
guy's voice
not
is
just
so
one
good.
small piece of the puzzle.
And I do not know why.
So this may be
I
legitimate
do not
emotion.
know why he was out there. I do not know if he had
She's like, I don't know why he was hurting my pigs by being digested
been
by
out
them.
there previous to that time. And I have no idea what happened to make them do that to him.
Susan, would you be willing to take a lie detector test?
Yes.
Susan immediately agrees to take a polygraph exam. She may believe she can pass it, as she clearly believes she's smarter than the officers.
No problems at
No
all?
problem.
And obviously the issue would be you shoot him after the pigs attacked him, or did you shoot him first and then take
I
him?
shot him after the pigs. He was laying on the ground with his guts out.
Okay, I'm just asking if you'd be willing to take the test.
Do pigs attack people and are able to gut people like that?
I mean, those wild pigs that they kill in like Texas and stuff, I think are aggressive if you see them in the wild.
Like a fucking warthog, yeah.
Right. But like the pigs that this lady would be having, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe somebody in chat.
Maybe if she stuck
familiarity with pigs
and didn't
has a hard time killing the pigs. I mean, contrary to her statement earlier when she made jokes about butchering them.
But she loves pigs. She loves them. She has a hard time butchering them, actually.
She what?
She actually has a hard time butchering them.
Butchering them, okay.
She does.
So you mentioned that you heard her say kidding around
Hello,
with
Clarice.
people to the pigs and all that stuff. Has she ever talked about doing that?
No.
It's possible that Susan uses humor as a coping mechanism when she's feeling uncomfortable or stressed.
I hate gay girls, so toodles.
Making light about something she actually finds emotionally difficult may be her
Apparently
way of proving to
cannibals
other
say
people that she
pork
isn't
is a
weak.
very
Like
far from
Detective
human
Fox is
meat.
talking about, it does really sound like it's more of a story of convenience, of something that, you know, it's explainable, but it doesn't really make that much sense. We understand that you are saying that you shot him, okay?
I still don't know if you actually found a leg or anything, but if you did find
we did.
If you found a leg,
Shall I go get a photo of it?
yeah.
I'll be back.
As far as like
Wait,
the
get a
skeletal
photo.
structure of a person,
When that looks like a leg.
So she knew of the leg before they mentioned the leg, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like.
Yeah.
So she knew there was just a leg.
She's like,
there.
if you found a leg, and they're like, yeah, we found a leg.
Yeah, we found the leg.
It was just kind of like out there, hanging out. There's nothing really hiding.
If it's in the
And you know
grass, then it
what,
has-
too?
I don't know.
So she has already admitted to shooting the person, whether it was the pigs that already attacked him and she was putting him out of his misery or whatever it
Flipping
may
it
be.
over was her way of reducing
She's
her
admitted
stress.
to
Out
murdering
of
this
sight,
guy
out of
already.
Yeah.
This
Well,
avoidance
yeah.
behavior is similar to her story about how
She's trying to basically go down the route that he was already dead, and she put him out of his misery, though. I guess from first degree to.
In terms of the law, she's already admitted to murder.
Yeah. But
So
she's
she's
it would
already
be basically they're trying to see what degree of murder. I think.
Right.
Was a little bit of moaning and one arm.
That can come later.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously they're going to get as much as they want. They need to out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a game to them, even at this point, right?
Exactly.
So it's
yeah.
important to have a good shot on a pig so that it
I
doesn't
mean,
suffer.
that is what it
This
is.
point, they have enough to arrest her.
What was it?
I said at this point they have enough to lock her up.
Yeah, already they have enough to where she ain't leaving today.
Place the end of the muzzle close to somewhere where you thought
I
that
was
would be a humane shot.
I was probably maybe a foot and a half from his head.
The end of the barrel?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a reason for that?
Well, I couldn't look at him and take aim or anything. He was laying there. I was standing here, and I went like that, and I
She's
pulled the
big,
trigger.
man.
But you made sure that
Yeah.
the barrel was pointed at his head.
I'd be like, can you please sit down?
Is it possible that we might find someone else out
So
there or
dirty.
remains from another person
Like
on your
someone said earlier.
Maybe she said that while you were gone, but she ain't bathed in 2 years.
Whoa.
Yeah, she said that.
property somewhere?
Like just doesn't want to?
Yes. What happened? I done forgot. Hell, I'm kind of drunk, but something happened.
There was some reasoning
Yeah,
behind it?
something. Someone died. Something happened that made her like lose interest in. Oh no, her hair started falling out. When her hair started falling out, she stopped bathing, and she stopped taking care of herself. Something there triggered her to snap almost.
So as a man, she was balding.
Yeah, at some point, you know, she started balding, I guess, and even here you can see, and even later on you can see she's wearing a wig and stuff. But
yeah.
Hey, Dave H, good night, man. Thank you for popping in again. Yeah, go help that guy out with the GoFundMe, definitely.
Man, what if
I'll share that one more time.
Sure. Yep.
He was in a bad accident. Yeah, Dave's been a supporter of the channel and really appreciate him and help him out. He's
almost
halfway
there, too.
Yeah, he's got that GoFundMe.
He's more than
bumping.
halfway. Yeah, he's almost there.
That's awesome.
But I
Have a
mean,
good
as
night.
a man, we know
Is that
Like,
possible?
it's a ridiculous stat. It's like 80% of men, or it may even be higher than that, go bald, right?
Right.
Something ridiculous.
Yeah.
So maybe he was starting to go bald, and that's what decided. Maybe that's what triggered the transition.
Yeah, maybe it's like, I'm
hey,
just going to go this route.
Maybe I can do some hormones and just
And I
keep
don't
my
know if
hair.
Detective Fox
Mm-hmm.
is getting the
I don't
same
know.
thing.
Maybe
from
that's
you,
silly.
but you're
I don't
not
know.
when you.
It does seem to be what's
seems like
triggered them to
before
go
where you
crazy,
kinda
though.
wanted to say something, but you didn't.
Crazy, I
You
mean
held
murder.
back, and then you.
Yeah, well, he'd stopped
And it's like
showering
you
after
wanna
that.
And
say
yeah,
it,
I mean, that's a lot of trigger
this is like
weird
Detective
moment
Fox
here,
said,
things happening.
This is your opportunity to do that.
Susan, who else is out there?
Instead of asking again if anyone else is out there, which is a close-ended question that could be answered with a simple yes or no, the detective switches tactics and asks directly who else is out there. This is known as a presumptive question because the asker is assuming that something is true, in this case, that there is another body. This question may catch Susan off guard. If she was being honest when she initially denied that any other bodies are there, she likely wouldn't have to think about her response. It would be something easy like no one else is out there. However, if she knows that there is another body, she may pause to think about her response.
To my knowledge, no one. And if that leg is
quick.
not Robert's, I would very much like to know it myself.
Her reply is especially suspicious, as most people would be able to definitely answer whether or not a dead body was on their property, even if it is a large area. Using this qualifying statement such as "to my knowledge" is a major red flag.
Of course.
Oh yeah, if you're still in here, Dave, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy
I know
birthday.
I said it earlier, but yeah.
And how it got from the pig pen to
thanks for
wherever
that super
over there
chat,
in the
too.
grass you found it, I have no idea.
Right. And sometimes bad things happen to good people. You know, misfortune. I mean, who would have thought that Robert would have ended up in the pigs, right?
Yes.
So did something else bad happen to you?
The only thing, and I will admit, I have thought about it quite a bit, maybe too much, is that Karen. I mean, I have thought about killing her 100 times.
Whoa.
Well, we're not talking
That's
about
the name,
Karen.
right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I
Now she's like
understand that.
admitting
We're not
stuff
talking
that.
about Karen.
Okay, well,
Right.
that's the only.
And you're pretty sensitive about your hair falling out over
Yes.
that incident, aren't you?
Yes, I
digging-
lost my hair within 2 months.
I mean, that's
They crack me up. I don't know why.
especially for you.
I've thought about many times killing my neighbor that's not actually dead yet.
It was like just out of note. Like there was no.
They're like, wait, hold on. No, we were talking about the people you have killed.
She's digging herself deeper than they even want to go. Like they're like, no, we don't even want to get into that. Let's calm down for a second.
You know, I was just thinking maybe Karen fucking sucks.
Yes.
You know what? Fuck Karen.
It's very hard for me to sit here right now.
Yes, and even
You
talk
know,
about it, isn't
Yes, I mean, just wearing this, like I say, I never leave my property, and I would not have today without putting my wig on.
And your story about shooting Robert, I know that's true, that you shot him when he was in the pig pen.
Yes.
And I know that's true. But where else did you shoot him? People don't always die from the first shot on a .22. Where else was he shot at?
I have no idea.
Was he standing up on the first shot?
No. No, he was laying down on the ground.
Well, you know, we have the skull.
Threads.
Right?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
We're going to take a look at that skull.
Yes.
And you know how forensics are. I'm
Yes.
sure you watch that kind of stuff and you understand.
One of the things I got on the...
And we can take a
the,
look
the,
at that.
what do you call it?
Right. And we can take a look at those angles. You know how you put the rods and the lasers
Yes.
and you can figure
Yes.
that all out. And we can tell if they all those shots came from the same area.
Yes.
And we can also tell if it happened somewhere else.
Yes.
You were shooting at the head.
Yes.
Is there some other way that something we're going to see that doesn't make sense to your story?
Like I said, I might have shot him 6
Oh,
times.
that's
I really
dead.
don't know.
But are we going to have an angle that doesn't match your story.
I have no idea. He was on the ground.
Right, I know that
like
part's
that,
true.
and
I know that's true. I can sense that. I can
Okay.
tell that. But I can also sense that there's something missing. There's some part that something happened between you two
Did
before
lose
that
Jan. Let me see if I
happened.
can get him back in here. Hold on.
No,
Something happened.
no.
Do you feel responsible? Did you ask him to go out and feed the pigs?
No.
And so now
No.
you're feeling guilty
No.
about that?
No, I do not.
Did you request him to clean up something in
No.
the pig stand and
No.
now you feel guilty?
No, I feel guilty in the fact that he was lying there
Yo.
and I shot
Are you
him.
back?
Mm-hmm.
I feel guilty.
I gotta get my camera
For-
back, but yeah, I clicked my fucking power
fact that
strip
my
off with
pigs
my
ended
foot.
up eating
Oh, okay.
most of him.
Yeah.
Do I need to do something on mine to
I
get
do
your camera
not feel
back?
guilty
No, nothing. I got it.
for
Well, maybe. I don't know yet.
I did send you another link for
Wow.
the OBS.
I've got
thing.
that. I've got that. Yeah.
I do not feel guilty for causing his death. Well,
Right.
okay.
Although your gunshots are what ended it completely.
Yes, I mean,
Obviously.
he was.
Something else.
We were not standing here together,
Right.
and I did not shoot him in the head.
Did you ever point your rifle at anybody
No,
before? A person?
no. While I was in the Navy, if I saw something suspicious, I would throw a hand grenade at it, or
The hell?
since and even thought about shooting anyone.
So you value human
If I
life.
was in the Navy, if I thought something was suspicious, I'd throw a hand grenade at
It
it.
sounds like you do. It sounds like you have a
No, I don't.
understanding.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No,
Well-
I should not be saying it, but I'm
Yeah, I
trying
might have to
tell
get you
the
to
truth.
go back into the room. I don't see your
I do
like
not
camera.
No, I'm
value
getting.
human
Yeah,
life
I'm still
very
working on it.
much.
Hang on.
The only thing wrong with this planet is there's people on it. If it weren't for us, all the other animals, dodo birds and whatever else
This
would
lady
still
just
be
is
here.
a big animal lover, guys. She's just an animal lover.
Well, how did you feel about Robert?
Um,
Am I in?
What kind of person was he?
well, I try to repeat
Yeah,
here. I
I'm back in.
don't know him.
We're good.
What about what did you see
Oh, sweet.
with Robert?
Oh, yeah.
And
But dude, I gotta go
They
take care of
did
Jip one more
not
time. Yeah.
like each other.
Okay, cool.
Be right back.
they had you saw them having words.
Yes.
And what was that about? What?
No, she
I'm gonna get some more ice,
wanted all
another
her
drink
work done for
also,
free.
and see a man about a
didn't-
dog.
He
I'll be right back.
wasn't agreeing to that.
All right.
I used to go talk to him every day. He was my buddy.
Turn it down just slightly.
Yeah, turn
Just
it
like
down.
Brady
so that,
appears to feel loyal towards
yeah.
Susan, Michael
They can
appears
still
to
see
feel
the
loyal
subs.
toward Robert.
Yep.
This could explain why Brady and Michael give such different accounts, not only about Susan, but about how
Right back,
Susan
guys.
felt
Yeah,
about
Gypsy's
Robert.
freaking out my dog.
This doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying to detectives. However, it may be easier for them to remember things that fit with what they believe is true. This is known in psychology as confirmation bias. When something happens that fits with what we already believe, we're more likely to see it as important and therefore remember it. If something happens that doesn't align with our beliefs, we may discount it.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around it. You know what I mean? Of how, because if I went into a pen and a pig started attacking me, I guarantee you I'd get out.
Like I say, my pigs are not.
What a
evil.
badass, right? He guarantees he would get out of that
I have
pen.
no idea why he would be there, and furthermore, I have no idea why they would go after
You know, actually, you know what? He may be right because I was alluding to that
You mind if I
earlier.
just grab you some more water? You want some water?
Like pigs, not like warthogs, right? Not like aggressive
I'll get you a soda.
Yeah.
pigs
We need,
with tusks and all that.
him in here somewhere.
Yeah, you can get away from those guys. You know what I mean? Like they're not that.
Can all three of you go outside for just?
I don't think they're gonna fuck you up too bad.
Yes. Yes. Let's. There's a plug right behind
Okay,
here.
just 5 seconds.
Sure.
Can I have this pen, please?
Yeah, I'll take the drawer.
I'm gonna kill myself with it.
No.
Okay. Just 5 seconds, please.
Okay.
Susan is extremely self-conscious about her bald head, which is why she asked for everyone to leave the room while she took off her sweatshirt and adjusted her hat.
I'll talk to you about the polygraph stuff.
Okay, I'm just very subconscious about my hair, so I didn't want to take this off while you were looking.
How are you gonna feel when you go to prison and you got to take that shit off though?
The polygraph
Like
examiner begins
imagine
setting
how
up.
upset
Though
that made
Susan
her.
willingly agreed to take the polygraph, as you'll soon see, it did not go as planned.
Yeah. So how you doing?
I've been better.
Right away, the polygraph examiner starts building rapport with Susan. He asks her about her experience with polygraphs.
Have you ever had a polygraph before?
I did one time.
What was that about?
I can't remember, but I think I did have one.
Really? Why wouldn't you remember?
That's something you definitely remember.
It was 30 or 40 years ago. I don't.
Oh, jeez.
It's extremely hard to believe that Susan doesn't recall the circumstances when she had previously been polygraphed. The experience is extremely stressful and would certainly be memorable even if it was years ago.
I do not remember a lot of stuff. I'm very good at spatial geometry and remembering numbers.
Okay. I have a friend like that.
I do not remember people at all, or
I'm terrible at
bad
spatial
concept
geometry.
of time.
Okay.
Just throw that out there.
Susan mentions her memory problems almost immediately. This is rather convenient, as remembering timelines is critical in an investigation. This is likely a tactic so she can claim to not recall incriminating information during the polygraph or interrogation and blame it on her poor memory. The investigator will likely ask her to recall non-incriminating information from her past to disprove her claim of having a bad memory.
So when they're asking me questions about what happened 3 weeks ago, I'm trying to, figuring a month on either direction.
Susan tells him that she has worked on her property for 22 years before the polygraph examiner explains the process of the polygraph test and tells her he has to set up his equipment.
I got all this equipment I need to set up.
Pulse, blood pressure, and skin electroconductivity.
Good job. How do you remember all that stuff?
Like I say, I remember all kinds of things. I do not remember a lot of stuff.
Do you watch it on TV or things like that?
Yeah, I watch crime shows on TV a lot. I like the British things more than anything else.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's one called Rosemary and Thyme. They go out and solve crimes where, it's one of those, stupid things. You go out to trim a tree and find a body.
Okay.
For the most part, it's things that are not plausible. Oh, I can move a little bit.
Yeah, just move over just a little bit. Whatever you're comfortable with. I'm almost through this.
I'm comfortable back at my property.
Gotcha. Yeah, me too. I'm most comfortable at home.
Susan brushes her hand across her forehead, possibly wiping sweat from her brow. Increased sweating can be indicative of someone being in fight or flight mode due to a perceived threat.
Well, how about me? Are you comfortable?
Yeah, that was probably getting the fucking toboggan out of her eyes.
I am comfortable.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine with one or two people.
Okay.
But when a large group of people, I start to get anxious.
Okay.
The way she describes her anxiety attacks sounds like Susan suffers from panic disorder, possibly panic disorder with agoraphobia. Agoraphobia is an anxiety disorder associated with a fear of places or situations that could make someone
well, the more we drink, the more we have to go to the bathroom, right? Well, he also had to take his dog out. His dog had his dog was hollering for a bathroom break.
Psychiatrists and psychologists down there, they were
He broke the seal.
trying to give them.
I broke the seal a long time
You
ago.
mentioned her temper, and I'm not.
I think he
not
broke
sure
the
if
seal
you know
earlier
about
too.
this.
So
Tell me about that. What
this isn't the one.
How does she? What does that look like?
She screams. It's just outbursts, but she was screaming real loud.
Oh, I just saw Tanya said she wants a pet monkey. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Is bipolar something that you?
Monkeys
came up with, or she told you?
are adorable creatures, but
Take medication
probably not
for
good
it, or-
pets.
I think so.
If
I didn't even ask her.
If I had to take a guess, honestly, they grow up and get
Oh yeah, geez. Oh yeah.
Do you have a mental
probably
health
pretty
diagnosis?
difficult to take care of.
I have, you know, problems with people.
Okay.
That's basically the whole thing.
They didn't put a name on it. They call it some.
If they did, I can't remember what it was.
Susan states that she has what she calls problems with people. This could be a number of personality disorders, and it seems hard to believe she doesn't recall what she was diagnosed with. Most people know what kind of mental illness they have.
Just a little bit about me. I mean, I used to be a detective too.
I can't read anything.
Okay.
I don't have glasses.
I'll read it to you. Would you be able to sign it if I read it to you?
Yes.
Okay.
The interrogator reads Susan her rights and has her verbally agree to take the polygraph. He cannot force her to take a polygraph, but whether or not someone willingly agrees to take a polygraph is important to an investigation. It's actually surprising Susan is willing.
Having these rights in mind, you wish to take a polygraph exam?
Not real happy about it, but I will do it.
I only got yes or no. Which one should I
yes,
check?
Yes.
Okay.
Susan also claimed earlier she's into crime shows, and she may think she knows ways to beat the
Are you
test.
talking about my shirt, Carol?
All I need
Because
you
no,
to
it's
do
not.
is
It's
just
not a dead
acknowledge
shirt.
that I read those to you. Was sign your name right.
This is a Ninja Turtle shirt.
Or not. You don't have to. It's just I just want to make sure that.
A little geekier than a dead shirt, I guess.
Shaking a little bit, I guess.
Okay.
Depends on what kind of geek you are, though, I guess.
After Susan states she's shaking, you can hear her verbally sigh a few
Oh,
times to
her. I
release
think you're talking
tension.
about her now.
These
Now I
behaviors
see it.
suggest that
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
feeling uncomfortable.
That may be a
possibly
Grateful
as a
Dead
result of
shirt.
her self-reported history of anxiety. Most people are nervous taking a polygraph exam.
I didn't notice that
so
before.
This is expected.
Yeah, yeah, I see it now.
You nervous?
No. I think of everything very logically.
I think it may be. It's hard to tell, though. It doesn't look like the
Couple minutes ago.
bolt down the skull is exactly right.
Sickle cell anemia. That could be dealt with very simply by having people that have that gene to not have kids. And in one generation, we would not have that disease anymore.
Okay.
China allows people to have one child,
Yeah.
which is very good. In India, you got 1 billion people in this little spot. It's stupid.
When Susan describes how she thinks of everything very logically, she's very unemotional and comes across as somewhat egocentric. She appears to believe that she's smarter than everyone else, as she has logical answers about how to solve world problems. This also shows that Susan has some very rigid beliefs.
I do
Could
not
be dirt, yeah.
condone the going out and killing of people just for no reason. But
He's back. I saw him come through the door, Threads. He's here.
I'm not very concerned about it because there's 7 billion people on this
He's
planet.
got to be here shortly. I just saw him come through the door.
Life in general.
Yes.
Comes and goes.
French Bulldog cross with
The
a
comments
pit
about not
bull,
being concerned when
Roddy.
someone dies reveals that she
Yeah,
may
dude,
have
I love
difficulty
my
forming
dog.
emotional attachments
Fuck,
to
I
other
love
people.
dogs.
It also suggests
Dogs
that she
are
may lack
amazing.
empathy, as she's unable to see that although one person's death may not affect her personally, there are likely other people who are impacted and hurt by the loss of that person. It could also be an indication that she's willing to solve an issue by using methods that make sense to her and are convenient to her, regardless of what those methods are.
That's pretty. That's probably pretty normal for someone that works a farm. Animals come and go.
I don't.
Susan then changes topics abruptly, shifting from her beliefs about people dying to discussing Robert's death.
The reason.
Oh no, Tanya.
I do not
Damn,
feel
I'm sorry.
that any person or animal should suffer.
It's such a tragedy that
Susan is
dogs
steepling her hands, which is an indication that she feels confident
have
in
short
what she's saying. She's
lifespans,
also
right?
using her hands as illustrators.
I heard
bringing
something
her
that
hands
really
down
stuck with
slightly
me,
multiple times in
though.
order to punctuate her point. When illustrators are out of sync or misplaced,
It was something,
this
I'm
can
not going to
signal
do
that
it
someone
justice,
may
but it
be
was something
lying.
like dogs are
However,
so
Susan's
pure
movements appear to match up
that they
with her
don't have to
words.
learn.
I'm not.
They don't have to
I didn't think
learn
that he was going to live
to love.
another couple of minutes.
And that's why their lives are shorter than humans. Humans have to actually learn how to love. I'm going to find that quote because I'm doing
and is
terrible
beginning to
justice
build
to
a
it.
narrative as to why she did what she did. She alleges she was simply
Fuck.
ending his suffering.
Didn't get
and
a
was
soda.
acting
Hold on.
humanely. Her explanation of what she
Damn.
did to Robert also shows her rigidity of thinking. She thought it was okay to end his suffering, and so she went ahead and shot him. A jury might be less likely to convict someone of murder if this were truly a mercy killing, but she could still be charged with murder.
Do you have any concerns about taking any polygraph
Here it is.
examinations?
I'm about to read it to you guys.
Have you had any injury or major surgery in the last 6 months?
No.
The interrogator goes back to reading the usual preliminary questions to make sure she's coherent and can take the polygraph without being under the influence or have any conditions that would interfere with the accuracy of the test. This is always done as the machine picks up physical and biological responses that can easily be affected by drugs, alcohol, or certain medical conditions. However, it's important to note that polygraph
Here it is.
exams are
Hopefully this gives you some peace. People are born so that they can learn how to live a good life, like loving everybody all the time and being nice, right? Well, dogs already know how to do that, so they have to stay for as long. So they don't have to stay for as long as we do. I just completely butchered that. I'm going to read it again. People are born so that they can learn how to live a good life, like loving everybody all the time and being nice, right? Well, dogs already know how to do that, so they don't have to stay for as long as we do. That's the quote.
Sounds really sad.
And it's beautiful. Well, somebody mentioned that their dog had cancer.
I mean the Inquisitive Room. Yeah.
And I wanted to,
Oh,
and
gotcha.
dogs live shorter lives than we do.
Yeah.
But it's because they're already so pure.
Yeah. Dogs are the
They
best,
already.
man.
And it reminded me of that quote where, like, we have to live to learn how to, be as good as they are.
Yeah.
But they're born that way. That's why they don't have to live so long.
Yeah, no, that's a good quote.
It gives you some peace on it, right?
All right, another drink here.
It's a downer, but it was brought up in the chat, so I felt like I.
Oh no, dude. Axel's a good name.
If nobody's heard that quote before, I especially wanted to share it to them because it really helps me. I think it's beautiful.
Sometimes people with social anxiety disorder will describe these sort of feelings or behaviors when in public settings. Given her choice to live in
I had to go see a man about dog threads.
with animals, this is probably true.
But I also had to let my dog out and it took forever.
Occurred to her years ago where she was in a
Yeah, that may have been what brought it up because I mentioned that you had to let your dog out. So we started talking about dogs.
Oh, she did take the Michigan shirt off. What is that?
Yeah, and somebody mentioned they thought it was a Grateful Dead shirt, and I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I can't tell.
It kind of looks like it could be.
Kind of does.
But it also doesn't look exactly like the Grateful Dead logo either.
I managed to get one of them to go away, and the second one took my blood.
It's like a lightning bolt, right? There's no lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Convinced them to go away and leave me alone.
Just doing their job, huh?
Yeah, well, like I say, it made it worse. If they had just, if they had left me alone for a few more minutes, I would have been just fine.
Although earlier she reported that she had difficulty remembering things and had a bad concept of time, she recalled in detail an anxiety attack she had 10 years ago. She may have felt like she was being scrutinized or negatively judged by the paramedic, which is common in individuals.
Yeah, my dog
with social phobia.
is my
With
best
social
friend.
phobia,
Yeah.
people suffering from anxiety have a specific
Yeah, I
fear
love
of
my
social
dog.
performance situations, as they're afraid they may act in a way that causes them to feel embarrassed or humiliated.
Susan, do you know what you're suspected of, or why you're down here, or why they're talking to you? Can you tell me in your own words what that is?
They think that I killed.
Yeah, they serve more than just companionship. We've talked about dogs before on this stream, haven't we?
Yeah, we go into dogs quite often.
We have, probably because of exactly what just happened. You got to go take care of your dog, or I had to go take care of my dog.
It just comes up.
And
Yep.
it just comes up, yeah.
We ever had any kind
But yeah,
of
they're more than just companionship. They're security, and they serve many purposes.
confrontation trying to pick words, that would have resulted in
What beer are you on, Dan?
deliberately killing him.
To the
6.
best of your knowledge, Susan.
Become a
has
drink.
Plus a little bit.
Five.
Plus a little bit of
property,
the
human, I mean.
vodka drink.
Oh, damn. Forgot about
There
the
are more
red cup.
changes in her manner of speaking
Yeah,
here.
sipping on the
She
red
not
cup.
only
I'm definitely
slowed down
buzzed
and
up,
became
though.
more deliberate in her words, but she
Yeah,
also
I'm a
shifted
little
to
more than
limited
buzzed. I'm
answers, where previously she's
I'm
been
there.
talkative to the point of adding in
Publicly
unnecessary and unrelated information at times. In fact, she often overshares, such as offering up information about her mental health before the detective
Got him just mentioning that oversharing thing, dude. Anybody that hasn't seen that is into the Idaho stuff. The stuff that I went into last night with the Enid Harsh, man, like, all he does is overshare.
even asked her about
Endlessly.
Would you tell me if they were ahead, Dan?
I guess no.
Susan may have schizotypal personality disorder, which is characterized by consistent, intense discomfort with relationships and social
Schizotypal.
interactions, usually accompanied by unusual thoughts, speech, and behaviors. It typically leads to severe and persistent anxiety and a tendency to avoid social situations. People with schizotypal personality disorder
Yeah,
tend to hold
there's no
peculiar
love like a
beliefs
dog's
and
love.
don't
It's
respond
truly
appropriately to
unconditional.
social norms
100%.
and cues. This would
Once
also
they attach
explain
to you, they're
Susan's
there.
flat emotions or
That's
limited
it.
or
It's
inappropriate
a
emotional
fucking
responses,
ride or die.
incorrect interpretation of events, and her dressing in peculiar ways or being unkempt. However, Susan doesn't appear to have any ideas of reference, which is when someone interprets random events as having a special meaning for them or magical thinking, like believing
Yeah, Inquisitive Room.
special
Keep your eye on the
powers,
channel. I'm
which
going to
are
do some more
common
stuff on
symptoms of
that
schizotypal
dude.
personality disorder. Although she technically only needs to meet 5 criteria for this diagnosis, the ideas of reference and magical thinking are pretty distinguishing
We getting
symptoms
late,
for
though.
this
Hell, Inquisitive
diagnosis.
Room, it's probably 7 in the
To
morning
our
there by now,
knowledge,
right?
Susan has never been diagnosed with this disorder.
Appreciate your honesty.
Trying. I tried to avoid this whole thing to start with,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, probably avoid
apparently they found
it by not killing some people.
somewhere.
Crazy broad?
I,
Crazy dude?
I was not really concerned.
Cover all bases.
Cover all bases.
I put him out of his misery. I do that.
620.
I do that
Hell
for
yeah.
my animals, and this
Wow.
was the first time I did.
Are
it
you up
for
late or
D&D.
starting early?
Yeah, like, why are you up so, not the hell. Who knows, but do you work late or?
Thinking about my pigs, worrying that if I told
No, I work at 9
anybody
to 5, but I don't get up that early.
that they were going to come
Right.
out and shoot all my pigs.
Well, some people work that
But some people do, all 100%.
that wild early.
My fiance
Yeah.
sometimes has to get up at
Concern for
5:30 in the morning.
Robert and the fact that she only
Yeah.
cared about
Actually.
pigs being taken away cuts against her story that she didn't kill him by her own desires. An innocent person would have been traumatized shooting someone they've known, even if they didn't have an extremely close relationship. Susan expresses no signs of remorse or guilt. She appears to have very rigid beliefs about her animals being more important than any human's life.
This is the biggest thing that makes no sense to me is why he would be in their pig pen. And you can ask me 4 times tomorrow and 3 times the day after. It doesn't make any sense why he was out there.
Repeating "it doesn't make any sense" makes her sound honest, but Susan is smart. She may be trying to make herself sound believable.
If he had attacked me for some reason
Oh damn.
and I had killed him, I would have called you immediately and say, hey, look, this guy, pulled a knife on me or whatever, and busted in my room, and I shot him. I will repeat this at no time, during the time that I knew him, did we get into any kind of a fight.
Saying they never had any altercations removes any possible self-defense claim she may have wanted to allege.
It sounds like tensions are pretty high just when you leave, right? You've had it whether you leave. So when you leave, it's Susan and Robert are the only ones left on the property?
Yeah, and she killed him.
Okay.
I'm not a cop.
Oh,
I'm
man.
not a
Yeah, that's sad
detective,
as hell.
But it
That's
doesn't take
terrible.
it.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're
we
just
always
trying
sleep with,
to figure this
my dog Jib.
We're just trying to put pieces together and
She killed his ass.
So why do you
I understand
think,
getting super attached to the dog, though, not maybe wanting to, give that love to another dog. But also, I mean, if you did adopt another one, you would be given, a new life to a new dog that possibly wouldn't have it. I don't know if the UK is like the US, or at least in where we live, there's a lot of, like, lack of a better term, like the kill shelters, like the shelters where they are, if they aren't adopted in such a period of time, they, are put down, which is super sad. My dog is an adopted, rescue dog.
Present a less morally despicable justification for her actions.
But at the same time, I also understand, because once you love a dog and give all that love, and then something happens, it sucks.
He's hoping
it really
she'll latch
sucks.
onto the idea of an accident, as it's a less morally objectionable explanation than intentional murder.
Yeah, this was not an accident. Before all this had happened.
Anybody getting this deep? 1:22 a.m. Eastern time. Anyways, thank you very much for being here. Real quick, thank you for being here. We got 42 likes. If you haven't liked yet, please like. If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe. And I'm a little bit buzzed, but please share. Hit the 3 dots on the side and hit all notifications so you see all the community posts, all the regular posts that we make that aren't live, and then also all the live stream posts. Thank you very much.
He was more logical, like I am, which, to my knowledge, not knowledge, to my whatever. Anyway, to my feeling, would not cause him to be suicidal or anything like that. I did not feel that.
Thank you so much. And we got 43 likes on this so far.
It's been a good one. Yeah, these go late. These are marathons.
Said that she had talked to him and that he was very depressed, and I did not get that feeling from him.
If this was her way of trying to shed doubt on Robert's mental state, it was a very discreet way of doing so. By sharing that other people claimed Robert was depressed, Susan implies the possibility of him taking his own life. However, no one would take
I
their
bet that's
own
what Fat
life
Boy
in
did.
this way.
So,
Fat baby,
Susan,
sorry.
If someone actually caused his death before he was in distress, like for whatever reason, and didn't call the police about it, what do you think should happen to someone like that?
This is a common question police ask suspects, as their answer can be very informative to their state of mind and consciousness of guilt. A guilty person will usually give
10:24 p.m. in
includes a less
Canada.
harsh
Yeah, I wish it
punishment,
was here.
or doesn't
I
give
wish
a
I could roll back
straightforward answer.
time.
An innocent person
That
will
would be
generally
dope.
want the most severe punishment for the
Was that
killing of
Canada,
someone they
California?
cared about or knew, with
Yeah,
little
it's
hesitation.
gotta be West Coast.
Yeah,
you
they're
say
3 hours
Actually,
behind.
that's-
about him because you thought he was a goner anyway.
Yeah.
If he was even
Yeah.
still alive.
Yes.
So let's say that's
I
not.
don't know what
the case.
cities in
Let's say it
Canada's
was
on the
something
West
else.
Coast.
Let's say
To be honest, I'm
someone
not that
killed, Robert
geographically
for
inclined.
any other reason and
No,
threw him
okay.
in the pen. What do you think should happen to that person?
Go to jail.
A
Is like
non-guilty party
Alberta
would
on the
suggest a much
west?
harsher
But,
sentence for such a disturbing and heinous crime. She then displays traits of antisocial personality disorder and callousness.
Or are
toward
they in the
Robert's
middle?
death.
They might be in the middle.
I don't like people. I think, if we got rid of a billion or two,
Toronto, I know, is on the east side.
the world would be a
That's
lot
the only
better,
one I know, though.
for a short time.
Yeah, threads always coming through. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I think that
Alberta and British Columbia are both on this list, so I bet it's British Columbia.
but no, if
Yeah, we've had a couple of good days, but this is definitely wintertime for us.
you should go to jail.
Her statement of killing people for no reason shows that she likely believes there are valid reasons to kill people, and perhaps she thinks her reason for killing Robert was valid. She then gave another little hint into her psyche by revealing her rather negative worldview of humanity and her indifference about human life.
For how long do you think they should go to jail?
2 weeks.
Are you just kidding?
Yeah.
Her joke is very telling of her disregard for both human life as well as the seriousness of this situation. She avoids giving an actual answer.
That's not up to me.
Well, I'm asking you because I'm curious as to how you feel about that. Does it matter to you whether it was an accidental killing or an on-purpose killing? Would that make a difference to you?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
But the other officer, I've been joking about this for a long time, much longer than before I actually shot somebody, that I was going to feed people to my pigs.
Admitting that she joked about feeding people to the pigs will be key evidence to show both planning, premeditation, and that she was involved in Robert being put in the pig's feeding pen.
Why would she say that?
Just off to the right side of the barn and facing it is a large pig pen.
I have heard, I have not read any.
Why would she say that?
What?
She said, I've joked about feeding people to the pigs.
Yeah, I know.
Why would she say that to a cop interrogating her?
Feed them when I kill another animal. Most of the time I'll give them
She's randomly like opening up, right?
Fed your pigs any other animals before?
No.
Yeah, she has like spurts where she's going with her, like, you know, she has like a narrative or whatever. And then like she randomly just says like what's really going on.
Yeah, she like just randomly opens up.
It's weird.
It's a bit strange to say, to the best of my knowledge here.
Almost
It's
like
almost
she actually
leaving
wants
room
it to
for the
get out there,
possibility
but
that she may have been in a dissociative state or not recall that she killed Robert.
I think she's crazy, man.
yeah.
Just crazy. This is what she is. She's crazy.
Yeah, that's 100% I think.
Okay, well, I do listen to words.
Yes.
and
Okay. Yeah. Well,
and I think you do too.
Yes, I try to. I'm bad with words, and
I don't think so.
I get. It takes me a long time for words to get from the back to the front. Had it been an accident, I'd be home right now.
I want you to play the role of a dishonest person for a second. If you had actually done something different to Robert that caused his death, what would keep you from telling me that right now?
Don't want to go to jail.
Okay. Fair enough.
I have Robert staying
That's
in
honest.
his room.
I mean, she's pretty honest, right?
Yeah.
I've got body parts. Why did I not get rid of it a long time ago?
I don't know.
I'm not in the psychological situation where I would become a mass murderer and just go into a school and start killing people, or go into go into a crowd and blow myself up or something like that.
Is this the most honest interrogation you've ever seen?
Feelings, when I get
Yeah, I don't know.
these anxiety
Like she goes in and out, but there's so much honesty seeping through.
This will be a useful statement to show that she has the ability to do what she did. It almost appears that the time she spent in this interview is wearing her down to the point that she's becoming a bit sloppy and not watching what she says. It's possible that Susan is referring to having intrusive thoughts about harming others. Intrusive thoughts, which are unwanted thoughts or urges that pop into one's head and often cause great distress, can be common with anxiety disorders. Intrusive thoughts are often about some loss of self-control.
Yeah, we've
such
got a
as harm
vast
to yourself or others.
area, amount of different areas in this chat and channel always.
She screamed at you.
Like expertise.
It's awesome.
What does she do when she gets upset and mad? I mean, you have to have seen her mad. I mean,
Are you talking about just geographically?
Yeah. Canada, California,
I wasn't
UK,
reading
Australia.
the chat, but yeah, I was even thinking expertise. We've had people in different
UK,
like fields of work that have been very helpful.
I bet you could.
It's awesome.
Come on in.
Come on in. You got my soda?
Had a lot of really cool conversations.
Someone's listening.
You got my soda?
Patricia C, what's happening?
If I had been forced
Thank
to
you.
stay in the store, and
You got my soda?
I would say, get
Thank
away
you.
from me before I start shooting. That's the way I feel when I have these anxiety
That's how I
attacks.
feel when I have anxiety attacks.
Man, she's fucked up. Let's just be honest,
You need
bro.
to be left alone.
I need to be left alone. Yes.
I mean,
Just be left alone.
it's obvious that she is.
I'm perfectly fine.
I mean, there's no way,
This
even if
suggests
like
that
they
the
didn't have
homicidal
a lot
thoughts
of
she has
evidence
during
against her.
anxiety attacks may not be intrusive
She's
thoughts,
fucking
but
admitting
something
it
else entirely.
right now.
People with intrusive thoughts do not want to act on these
Like she
urges.
can't help but
That is
talk
what is so
about it.
distressing
Mhm.
about having unwanted thoughts pop into one's head. Susan, on the other hand, has said several times that when she's having an anxiety attack, she needs to be left alone. This appears to be a strongly held belief, and she was irritated when she mentioned a paramedic trying to help her during an anxiety attack. This is purely speculative, but it's possible that the homicidal thoughts are occurring because Susan cannot accept when someone goes against her very rigid beliefs. If someone stopped her from leaving the store, this would prevent her from being alone, which may cause her to feel very angry. By admitting that she's capable of killing if she isn't left alone when she feels anxiety, Susan may be revealing her motive for killing Robert. It's possible that Robert may not have left her alone during an anxiety attack, which then triggered her to kill him.
Let me shift gears again. Let's talk a little bit about
Talking way too much. She just talks too much.
I'm going to get together a list of questions for you.
She does. She's incriminating herself every second she keeps talking.
You're going to answer either yes or no to my
I'll be right back.
It's pretty simple. If there's any ambiguity, you don't understand.
3 hours deep. Thanks everybody for popping through. Really appreciate it.
No, but it's maybe. That's not a good question.
Right.
Okay. Because Susan, you can lie to me or you can lie to the detectives, but you can't lie to yourself. And so if you're
Oh shit! Calling out the chugs. Let's go. Times 2. Fuck. Let's do it.
Physiology or your body is going to
1,
react accordingly because we have hardwired
2.
fight or
Let's go.
flight, this animal instinct to protect ourselves. Okay.
Excuse me.
So I have
Friday
a little bit of
nights.
work to do to get some questions ready. Okay. We're almost ready to do the test. Actually.
I'm just happy to be back after
As soon as I get
the
my questions ready.
last week having to miss a bunch of days.
Do you need a break or anything like this? Do you need to use a restroom or anything?
No.
Okay. So if you'll just, I don't mean to be rude, but I need to kind of stay over here and concentrate for a little bit.
Instead of remaining silent as the polygraph examiner requested, Susan once again discusses her disapproving views
She's gonna
of
eat a
the human
sandwich right
race,
now.
this time
The
saying
hell?
that the reason there are so few bald eagles is because of pesticides killing them.
So that's another reason why I'm not in favor of the human race.
Not in favor of the human race.
Human race.
Susan again
Even though
indicates her
I'm among
preference
the
for
human
animals
race.
over people, which she seems to have.
She loves them pigs though.
Without it even being
Oh my
asked.
god.
She fails
Yeah,
to
Tanya, I need
realize
you
that
to just
these
keep on
comments are
top of the
making her look
chugs.
like the
I know
kind of
there's been
person
2
who would
interruptions
kill
here at least.
someone
Jesus
and
Christ,
then
I'm about to
allow
fill
her
these
pigs
too
to
full.
benefit
How
by
deep did I
eating
go
them.
into the crown? Oh god, there's hair on the crown. But
I can type, but you can't read.
it's getting there.
What is that?
Yeah, that's a peach crown too, y'all.
Oh, just spell it. Okay.
We out here.
Everybody says the English language.
Love
is
to go
hard
to the
learn,
UK.
and I agree with them.
I need to take the ancestry thing. I want to. I'm obviously a lot of Irish, right? And there's been some Irish folks and Scottish folks. I'd love to go to both those places. It'd be dope. One of my favorite things is British comedy. I love British comedy. The Peep Show. I mean, Ideal. Like so many classic comedy shows. Tons more. I'm sure that I'm forgetting, but one of my favorite shows. I mean, I love Seinfeld and Curb and tons of American shows too. But one of my all-time favorite shows of all time is Peep Show.
But is there anything else you think I should know before we get started? That you just
Oh, dude, I'm
haven't
feeling so
told?
much better threads.
Just 'cause we haven't
Yeah, the
asked the
COVID
question
sucked, but I
right
mean,
or
it was
something?
still my second time
Interrogator is
having it. It
trying
was
to
more
get
of like
Susan to
just a
confess
head
to
cold
possibly
situation
more
this time.
crimes by telling her
Luckily,
that
it
her
wasn't
hiding
bad.
information may cause her to
Knock
fail
on
the
wood, man.
polygraph. He leaves her alone
Because I have known people that have had it bad, but I mean, I've literally known people that have not made it from
and asks her
COVID.
to
So
think about that while he's gone.
the hell? All right, so she's in the room alone right now.
Oh, whatever.
Susan wipes feces off the chair with her hand and then uses her hands to wipe her face with the tissue.
Okay, Susan. Why don't you stand up for a second and I'll
Oh
move
my
that chair
God.
just a little bit. I want your arm up here like this, okay?
The interrogator discovers Susan had gone to the bathroom in her pants.
Okay. What's that right there? Is that something on the chair? Or?
No, that's something on me, which I hadn't done in 60 plus years.
Okay.
And that was totally, I think the camera's in that thing there, totally your fault.
She blames another officer, claiming she had to use the restroom hours ago. However, she never is heard asking to use the bathroom, and
She shit her pants, bro.
This is extremely odd behavior and suggests she
He
may
asked
be more
her.
mentally ill than she comes across.
No, it doesn't matter. I'll watch the cover later.
He asked her
Okay, there's a few questions on this test that have to do with
if she didn't use the bathroom. Dan totally missed this. Oh my god. Bro, she shit her pants and then was like, whatever. How did she not even know? Eating here. Gross. Okay, maybe I should have went back because now I'm getting grossed out. Notices.
Whatever.
Susan
All
wipes
right,
feces off the
bro.
chair with her
Wipes
hand,
it off with
and
her
then
bare
uses
hand. All right, now okay. About the okay. I should have went back. He notices. How could you not even? Oh my god, what is happening?
Well, that's something on
I
me,
shouldn't have.
which was totally, I think the camera's in that thing there, totally your fault.
And then blames them.
asking for a suggestion.
I'll watch the cover later. On this test that have to do with.
And then they gotta finish this. Oh my god, I gotta stop thinking about it. Wow.
You're gonna answer truthfully enough.
Wow.
Is your first name Susan?
No.
Answer truthfully.
Wow.
Okay. Are you currently sitting down?
No. Yes.
See, if you're gonna mess with my test, we wasted a couple hours.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Susan is intentionally answering the baseline questions incorrectly. She seems to have no real desire to take this test seriously.
And I don't know how long it would take you to find out, but Susan Monica is not my name of birth.
Oh.
I will say that, but I.
Oh, okay. Well, that's no problem.
I will say that it has been that for the last 40 years.
Oh, that's easy one. Let me. That's important. Let me change that. Well, what is your real name?
I'm not saying.
Oh, okay.
The interrogator sets up the polygraph examination and has to reset the machine multiple times because Susan complains that it isn't comfortable. Finally, he begins to conduct the test.
Okay, Susan, this test is about to begin. Please sit still.
I say bloody hell a lot. I'm reading through Tanya. I don't know why. I'm from West Virginia, but I do. I say bloody hell a lot. But I do watch a lot of British television. I'm not gonna lie. When I say a lot of British television, not random shows is what I mean.
Including this investigation, have you ever lied to police or any other authority?
No. This is hard.
You can't talk.
It's hard to sit still.
Oh shit, my bad.
Did you injure
Is audio
Robert
good
before the
now?
pigs began to eat him?
Audio shouldn't be low. Probably just because I'm talking.
Do you
My
know
bad.
of any
Sorry.
place on your property where there are body parts from any other person?
No.
My bad. And as a new
During
person,
the
Moss
test,
is
Susan
awkward.
is fidgeting
Welcome.
and
Thanks. Hope
moving
you're
her
having a good
body
Friday night. Hope
frequently.
you didn't run away
She
because
didn't
of the little
seem to have
volume.
as much of a problem with sitting still during the interrogation and may be trying to move around to make the test results useless or inaccurate, as he specifically asked her to sit still during the exam. However, extra intakes of breath can often be an involuntary response to the fight or flight response occurring, as the body needs additional oxygen.
Do you ever get violent towards other people without justification?
No.
Not including Robert? Have your pigs eaten on any other person that you know of?
No.
Are you withholding any information?
Super interesting,
concerning how
inquisitive
Robert
room.
was
Wow.
actually first injured?
No. Sorry.
This portion of the test is complete. Please sit still until I tell you to change.
Oh Lord, Tanya, be careful.
Okay, go ahead and relax, Susan.
Oh shit, Pookie. That's probably why. Yep.
Well, there's
West
three
Virginia,
separate
baby.
times there where you've taken huge breaths, moved, and just.
Yes, I know.
Are you going to be able to cooperate? Or?
I thought I was. At this point, I'm not sure.
Okay. Is there something going through
Uh-oh,
your
what's
mind
in that
during
red
the test
cup?
that's causing you to not be able to be calm?
Just the situation
Dan.
itself.
Do what?
I was looking at the live
All
on
these questions
YouTube. I
we've
think you've
gone
been here
over
for a minute,
before.
right?
There shouldn't
Yeah.
be.
Sorry.
Well, not a minute, just not long.
What's in the red
Sit here and
cup?
Be still and
The
just say
save
yes
vodka,
and no.
vodka
Okay.
drink.
I was like watching the live, and I was like, oh wait, he's been here for a minute.
The polygraph has to be redone because Susan was unable to sit still and was breathing heavily during it.
Pookie's in WV.
Yeah, I saw that.
Pookie's in WV.
During the second round of the test, Susan begins heavily coughing at the end.
Yeah, you can start slow talking next week.
Apparently, West Virginia has a unique accent, right? Because we get that a lot.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
There's so many people that can't understand me.
There's a lot of well, I mean, I think there's a lot of West Virginians that have a very southern accent, and there's some West Virginians that have they start to breach that northern accent, and for some reason, and I really don't know why. We're not deep south, but we're somewhere in between. And I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
we grew up. Our family was
pretty southern.
They're pretty southern, yeah.
But like, even thinking about like Murdoch and even how our half brother talks,
nothing like that.
It's real southern.
We don't sound anything like that. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know is I get tons of comments where people literally can't understand me, and I'm like, what? Like,
and I wonder if it's because like as we were growing up, did we try to evade the accent?
Yeah. The internet probably helped, right?
Like we were like we don't want to sound as southern as other.
That's probably a bit of it, but then it still comes out all the time.
It has to, because it's in our DNA. I mean, it's how we grew up.
Mm-hmm.
Operative than the first time.
I mean, we sound southern. I know we do. We have to.
Coughing and heavy breathing may be an attempt to mess up the test. It could also be because Susan is experiencing anxiety.
I don't speak with a plum in my mouth.
To skew the results. We know that when people are trying to be deceptive or are under stress,
but we also don't. We don't sound like we have. We don't sound like we're spitting molasses out our mouth,
right?
That was from The Office, right?
Oh no, Carol, I've seen that. Oh, but Dan, hold on. Holy shit! Yeah, maybe she mentioned that. So this lady, oh my god. So 20644, you did miss something crazy.
Okay.
She literally shits her pants. Right.
Wait, what?
So
she literally shits her pants?
She's eating the sandwich.
It gets her to face.
He leaves. All right. This is actually really gross. I almost puked last time.
Oh. Whatever.
Oh,
Susan wipes feces off the chair with her hand and then uses her hands to wipe her face with the tissue.
Okay, Susan. Just stand up for a second, and I'll move that chair just a little bit. I want your arm up here like this, okay?
The interrogator discovers Susan had gone to the bathroom in her pants.
Okay. What's that right there? Is that something on the chair? Or?
No, that's something on me, which I hadn't done in 60 plus years.
Okay.
And that was totally, I think the camera's in that thing there, totally your fault.
She blames another officer, claiming she had to use the restroom hours ago. However, she never is heard asking to use the bathroom,
and he asked her at one point, do you need to use the bathroom?
Denied permission. This is extremely odd behavior and suggests she may be more mentally ill than she comes across.
Yeah, that's
what fucking crazy, dude.
Like, you don't do that unless
so gross.
Questions on this test that have
to be deceptive or
sorry.
And this may be
I didn't want to show Dan that. Thanks,
Susan.
Carol. Hell yeah.
Ultimately,
she remembered.
It's unclear if Susan's behavior
because I even said while you're gone, I'm like, damn, Dan's missing this.
Or not. She's informed that the test is not usable for the most part, but the interrogator has been able to obtain some data. He's understandably unwilling to
more liquor in this.
So what happened? You were coughing the whole time we were talking.
Passing the 3-hour mark on the stream.
I was trying to relax, and it wasn't working.
Okay. So you weren't having these troubles because you didn't want to take the test, right?
No. No, I was trying to cooperate.
Here's what I do have.
I like some Monty
There's a little
Python.
bit of data that I was looking at on there. Not a lot, not enough for me to make an opinion, but enough to make me concerned about a couple of things. Okay.
Yeah.
Most of the time, people have those kinds of reactions during the test, almost exactly like you, is because they're withholding information at some point. Okay.
He's just telling her.
For whatever reason, they're scared of the consequences. They don't know where to begin. They feel like they've done something wrong, or they've been lying to the police all along, and they don't know how to get past that. Well, I just want to tell you that I feel for your situation, but I also don't believe you've told everything to the detectives today. I think you know some more. That's my opinion.
Here, the detective is using the positive confrontation step of the Reed technique. This involves directly confronting the suspect with a statement that it is known they are involved in the crime.
I think you even said at times that your anxiety, when it comes apart, it's just something that people can't control. And
Yes.
you're not on medication for it.
Right.
Understand?
Like I said, that is part of the reason I can't sit still, I guess, too.
But you
because
said
I have been here for that.
you said you
that
were
long.
homicidal and not suicidal during that.
Yes.
The interrogator uses Susan's own words to confront her about his doubts and suspicions about her character and involvement.
Susan, was your thinking that if you left his body out in that pen long enough that almost everything would be destroyed and then you would have less to take care of? Like the pigs would be a cleanup crew, they'd do what they do, like you said?
Didn't eat the leg.
I could have left them. I could have left him there for longer, and
Oh,
that would be
he said
true,
them and then him.
but I couldn't do it.
Susan may have slipped up here big time. She says, I could have left them. Though she's talking about Robert, she uses a plural descriptor, possibly indicating that there's more than one victim who's been fed to her pigs. She fixes the mistake by switching back to him, because it's only supposed to be Robert she's talking about.
2 days, you said, though. 2
Yes.
days later, you went out there.
Yes. Well, I mean, I saw him out there, and it made me sick. I didn't actually throw up, but it made me feel sick. Even though he was no longer a person, he was just some body parts. Even though there were some body parts out there, I could no longer have my animals eating him.
But for 2 days, you left him out there so they could do that.
Yes, okay. I did, and it was somewhat difficult.
Susan, I can appreciate the situation that you're in. It's not good. I mean, even after.
I realize my situation is not good.
Even after the death.
Yes.
To allow animals to feed on a corpse is a crime.
Hey, thanks, Threads, for popping in. Really appreciate it. I will see you. Hey, keep an eye out this weekend. I might pop on with some crazy shit. You never know. Thank you very much.
He presents her with a last opportunity to confess.
This
is
I really think I'm probably going to go live this weekend a few
urgency
times.
to her confessing, and to make it seem like it's in the best interest to do so.
I'm telling you what I think is that you're not being truthful and you're withholding information from this investigation. I truly believe that. Whether it's about, I don't know. If they find other body parts from other people, then you know the situation you'd be in, and because of your actions afterwards.
So at some point, they just switched up detectives here. This got a little bit more like, I don't know, what a different like angle that they're trying to do with him, or like, well, this is a little bit too advanced because she's so crazy, or. I mean, I know this guy did the polygraph, but...
Yeah.
And because of the things you said before.
But he stayed.
Joking about feeding people to your pigs and whatever.
Well, like I said, that's always been my weird sense of humor.
Okay, I can get a weird sense of humor, but when it turns around and it actually happens, that's not too good for you.
No, I definitely know that. I do not know.
You probably shot him while he's in the pit. More than just the time you're talking about. For whatever reason.
I do not know.
Well, I don't believe you anymore. The more you talk, the less I believe that you're ever going to be truthful with me about it. So I think you should talk to somebody else, okay?
He's trying to keep her confidence level low and make her understand that her story isn't believable before going into an interrogation with another detective. This will put her in a better position mentally for them to try to get a confession.
I think you know more than you're telling them about Robert's death, and that's all I'm asking you about.
Yeah.
And you're missing your best chance to tell them now before they either prove it otherwise, or later on you figure out, now I better tell them the truth because I'm facing something serious, and I think you missed your chance. But I gotta go take a break.
I can guarantee you she's guilty. Just that, you can't convict somebody over a feeling.
Right. I'll send someone else in here to talk.
Okay. Yeah.
But you need to tell them the truth. You're leaving stuff out, and you and I know it. You and I know it. It's not subconscious, Susan. You're leaving it out.
I might be, but I really can't.
No, you are. Tell them the whole story. Tell them.
I don't know what else it would be. I just
Yes, you do.
I found him out in the pen, dying.
Yeah. But what happened before? That's what you're leaving out.
I didn't even see him the day until that day.
Susan sighs heavily multiple times while alone in the interrogation room, indicating that she's feeling very stressed. Her arms are wrapped around her torso in a protective position, which may be comforting for her. It appears that Susan is berating herself, possibly for not being able to complete the polygraph test. It's possible that she thought if she completed the polygraph, the detective would have believed her story. Of course, it's also possible that she's just putting on an act for the camera as a ploy for sympathy.
She's fucking insane randomly. Maybe keep that under control.
Pants, as she was not offered any opportunity to change clothes after the last detective discovered she had an accident. She should have been given a chance to clean up. One of the original interrogators returns to continue questioning Susan in the hopes that she will finally tell them something they can use. He immediately jumps back into asking her about the pigs.
But you know that pigs will eat anything if you give them the opportunity.
Opportunity, yes.
Right.
And
so how did Robert give them an opportunity for him to be in there?
I do not know. I do not know.
And in all the time that Robert had been there, did he ever feed the pigs?
To my knowledge, no.
Did he ever go out and in the pen that you
To my knowledge,
that was quick,
no.
Cookie. Shit. I was spaced out on this bitch.
When we listen to what you're saying,
I know that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me.
I might have to sneak off cam for just a sec.
See your pigs eating Robert, and he's still
Can't
alive.
just be talking about it.
For us to hear that, it's not even possible.
And I'm gonna run use the bathroom real quick.
No one here is outside this office. People out there, no one would believe that. If you take anybody and you put them in a pig pen, even if they've been around pigs, they're going to know that if I start getting attacked by a pig or something, I'm going to try to get out of here.
Yes.
I'm not going to lay down on the ground and let pigs just eat my stomach.
Right.
Until I can't move and then have someone come shoot me in the head.
All this time, Brady was trying to be vague, relaying Susan's jokes to investigators, while at the same time defending her and contradicting his statements. The discovery is finally revealed to him for the first time.
So it's been brought to my attention, okay, that there's quite a few of us out there, okay. There's some people already out there kind of doing their thing, okay. And for what I've been told is there's no doubt about it, they found a human body part out on the property, okay.
Are you kidding me?
No, dead straight. Dead straight. I'm not going to kid around. That's a pretty serious thing.
You're serious? Oh my God.
What's up with that?
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't even believe it.
It's true. Oh yeah, no, it's you. No, we don't bullshit.
How do you die? How do you die? Did you guys even know?
Well, we don't. We just starting. Okay. And that's why I'm like, you're a straight up guy. I'm going to come in here and figure out what's going on because you've been out on that property.
How could the body not get? Wow. Are you serious, you guys?
Yes. Now, one thing
What
you
is
find
this
out
guy's
about us,
reaction
we don't
to
people,
this?
So we're not going to come here and make something up. Not going to do it.
I don't know what to say. Wow.
Where do you think we might have found this at?
I don't know. Why?
I just don't know if you.
You ask me. I don't have no idea.
I haven't been.
I'm shocked that they found his body.
They found body parts. That's what I've been told.
We found his body. This guy was involved, obviously.
You've been on the property for a while now. So that's why I'm asking you.
That's horrendous, you guys. That is horrendous.
You ever hear Susan talk about it?
No.
This guy's reaction is so garbage.
No.
Just like Susan's own use of repeating words, Brady saying no over and over might be evidence that he's trying to convince the investigators that he's speaking the truth.
Oh my God.
And I'm gonna be honest with you.
That is
This guy's reaction is so bad.
Know something? I'm not saying that you did anything.
You're telling him that
if
they
you
found a
might know more
body
than what
and
you're
he...
letting on.
No.
Well, this guy obviously knows about it.
Oh, really? He acted like he does.
He's so bad.
Interrogation,
He's
the case
terrible.
is about to take an unexpected turn.
I don't know how to do this without.
You do it the way that you need to. I'm here to listen. And I'm just going to listen to what you have to say right now, okay?
The detective is trying to act supportive by telling Susan that he's there to listen to her. He reaches out his
They know
hand
they're dealing
across
with
the
an
table
absolute
towards
psycho.
Susan, a gesture of support and understanding, almost as if he's holding her hand through this. The detective is doing a good job keeping his voice calm and his cadence slow. His tone is very non-judgmental. All of this will make it easier for Susan to open up.
But it doesn't make sense. Just like Robert, it doesn't make sense. I have told you everything truthfully about Robert. I don't know how his body got out there to start with. I don't.
Finally, after hours of interrogation wearing her down, Susan is about to reveal another disturbing secret she has kept hidden all this time.
Oh, God, give me another piece of paper.
God, here we go.
There's part of another body. Okay.
Oh, I drink lots of
His
coffee
name
daily,
is
Pookie. I
Steve.
love coffee as well.
But who was Steve? The year before Robert went missing in 2012, 59-year-old Stephen Delacino, also a handyman, had worked on Susan's property. It's unclear exactly when he vanished. If you found Susan's explanation of Robert's death bizarre, get ready, because her story about Stephen is somehow even stranger.
The other body, huh?
Anybody come around asking about him?
No.
How did you meet him?
He was one of those people that just showed up to work. And,
Well, now you say showed up. Was it like from a, help wanted?
Yes.
And
I think he was a couple years older than me.
What's the structure you're talking about here?
Oh, this is the barn, and then this is the area. This is the fence. He's on the other side of the fence.
Right on the other side of the fence.
Right on the other side of the fence, about there.
Okay.
She likely isn't drawing out where the body is to be helpful so they can locate it easier, but by drawing a map, she can have a distraction and something to look at besides the detective while discussing this. It's easier for someone to confess while looking away or while busy with something else than it is to confess eye to eye with nothing to distract them from what is being revealed. Additionally, her map makes the focus more on where it happened rather than what happened.
What's the part of the body?
There was the skull and a couple other things I don't remember.
Okay.
Pieces of other bone.
Steve was a thief. He stole a lot of things from people.
Susan alleges that Steve stole guns from her and that she confronted him about the theft because she wanted to know where they were so she could get them back.
He apparently knew where my little pistol still was because he reached over and grabbed it. We started to have a little tussle, nothing big to start with.
The following explanation is one of the most bizarre and shocking stories we've ever seen in an interrogation.
So you guys are wrestling?
So he grabbed the little pistol, and he said that, he doesn't want to go back to jail, and he decided he was going to kill himself. So he shot himself in the head.
Right there in your home?
Right there.
Where did he shoot himself in the head at?
Well, that was the whole stupid thing. He shot himself, and then he ran out. I always thought.
And then jumped in the pig pen. I don't know. It's crazy.
Kill you, but it would certainly hurt. Yeah. And it's it's 5 shots for crying out loud. Yeah. He went out of the room. That was when it got even worse. Okay. And he emptied the gun in his own head. I could not believe it. I could not believe it, but it's just a 22 with a little 1-inch barrel. Yeah. And it was just going boom, boom, and that.
Where did he shoot himself at?
I mean, in the head. He was bleeding.
Susan verifies certain details about her story, saying that Stephen shot himself in the top of the head multiple times. During this altercation, she claims she was wrestling with him for the gun and holding onto his arm.
After a fashion, he managed to do it. And basically I did the same thing, which, like I say, it doesn't make any damn sense at all why 2 people would end up in my pig pen.
Yeah. So what happened with him in the pig pen? I did leave him out there for quite a while, until there was practically nothing
Show
left.
the pigs.
Like, how long's it left?
I left him there for a couple of weeks.
Susan tells the investigator that she gathered up all the animal bones on her property and dug a hole to bury them, along with some of Stephen's bones.
My good old neighbors, they saw me throwing bones in a hole, so they called you.
Yeah.
When her neighbors called the police, they arrived to investigate the hole she had dug.
I said they were buried about 2 feet down. I asked him if he wanted a shovel, and he didn't want a shovel, and he left.
Okay.
Notice that Susan is now mirroring how the detective is sitting. This is what he wanted her to do, and it's why he's been sitting like that for the majority of the interrogation.
I probably knew him more than anyone else.
Okay. Really? How long?
5 years.
Steve?
Yeah. He wanted to go ahead and leave, go to California for a while, and then possibly to this house that he had in Florida, which I did not believe in the slightest. Is why would you be
living here?
Why would you be living in a rundown trailer here?
Sure.
He gave me his food stamp card. Okay. He gave me
food stamp cards and beer.
He said he was leaving. Just give me a ride. That was when I confronted him.
You may have noticed a pattern here, that in Susan's version of events, these accidents seem to occur around the time when both of these men tried to leave her property.
Oh, they're trying to leave, and she's like,
verify
nope.
Susan's story and point out the inconsistencies. Then they focus on one of the glaring issues.
How shitty to be down on your luck and trying to just have a job on the side and run into this crazy bitch, right?
Makes a much different wound than holding it out here.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a contact wound.
Yeah.
Susan's claim that the shot was not a contact wound makes her story that Steve took his own life highly unlikely, especially combined with the claim that he shot himself 5 times in the head. Susan realizes she needs to claim the shot wasn't close range, as the detective informed her earlier that the wound would look different on the skull, depending on how far away the gun was when Steve was shot. It appears that Susan has tailored her story to fit the evidence the police will find when they examine the skull.
Yes.
So are you holding him and he's facing you and you're trying to get the gun?
I was holding his arm.
Susan claims that the scuffle over the gun occurred in her bedroom and that Steve shot himself in the head once before running to the barn. She then clarifies that he didn't shoot himself the first time until he was outside of her room, likely because she knows that the forensics will not match her story.
Was Steve dead when the pigs started eating him?
Oh yeah, definitely.
How can you be sure?
No, he was dead.
Well, he shot himself the 5 times, but
yeah.
What happened after he's shooting himself? What's happening?
Well, it finally went through his head.
Okay. And he just died there in the barn?
He died right there in the barn. And I just left him there, and I didn't know what the hell to do.
She claims that by the time she returned to the barn, the pigs had come through the open gate and dragged Steve's body towards the pen, and that the animals had started licking the blood off of him. Instead of getting the pigs away from him, she says that she just let the pigs drag him all the way into the pen and begin eating him. It wasn't until later that she built a wall to separate the barn from the pen.
Hey, remember me? Just in here earlier. How you doing? You alright?
Man.
Too many bubbles.
Imagine having this crazy
It
lady
blows
in your
my mind.
freaking interrogation room.
It blows my mind how little thought they go through with these interrogations. That's what blows my mind the most, I think.
What do you mean?
How little thought they put into like the people being interrogated. How little thought they put into their own interrogation. Call a lawyer.
Oh yeah.
Like, don't fucking say anything incriminating.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, I'm
So
not
many people
trying to
do this
defend-
too.
I'm not trying to defend these people. I'm just thinking of it from a logical, legal standpoint.
Yeah, like, dude, if I was
Why
ever
do
in
these
any kind of legal
people-
situation, I'd be like, lawyer instantly. I don't
They
give a
give
shit how
themselves-
small it is.
They
These
fuck
dudes are trying to
themselves
fuck you over.
immediately. Like, and they just spill their fucking guts, or maybe they don't spill their guts, but they just say something that just doesn't make sense with the evidence, which is incriminating.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe how dumb. I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know. I can't believe how ridiculous they are with.
And it's endless. There's so many videos like this.
It's constant.
I know, dude.
It blows my mind. Like she's constantly changing her story. She's constantly like saying more about the incident. Like all of that could have been avoided.
I mean, dude, and she's been just going. At first, she wasn't being this crazy. She wasn't being this open, this forward, and then she just started like. I mean, and it happens all the time. You see in these interrogations, they just get worn down.
Yep. And I mean, I get that. I kind of get that too, right? Like
They just want to get out of there, even if that means
even
prison,
if you ask
right?
for a lawyer, they're going to sit there and fucking grind at you. You know, you can ask for a lawyer. That doesn't prevent them from sitting there and talking to you.
Yeah.
Even if you
Until
ask
you've
for a
incriminated
lawyer,
yourself, and they can keep you there.
yeah. Even if you ask for a lawyer, they can still sit in the room with you and just keep talking to you. And that's brutal.
Dude, and how many times do you see, like, they'll be like, you're free to go anytime, and they just keep sitting there.
Yeah.
And then they'll incriminate themselves, and then
Yeah.
they are not free to go. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Even if you exercise your right to not speak, or you exercise your right to request a lawyer or whatever, that does not prevent the cops from sitting in the room or the detectives from sitting in the room with you and still talking to you. They can still sit there and talk to you as much as they want to.
Oh.
It's your right, it's your responsibility to not say anything.
Yeah,
That
be
entire
smart
time.
about it, almost. And
Don't
again, not like
fucking
taking up for a
speak.
lot of people that are shitty, but you know, and even going to that point, a lot of times, like, it's almost like weighing on their conscience, right? Like when they are really shitty people and they've done horrible things, the
what
cops
happens.
kind of know if you keep weighing and putting that weight on, if they haven't, you know, if they're basically waiving their rights and they're just openly speaking like this, that can be used in a court of law, they're, you know, messed up. Like,
that's what they rely on. Yeah.
It's wild, man.
And I can't stand looking at it.
It's possible that when things are not the way Susan wants them to be, it triggers
shit,
her
your mic
anxiety.
buzzing,
It's also
Dan?
possible that this was her way of gaining some control
maybe.
in a very out of
Doesn't
control
hear it in my
situation.
headset. Sorry about that.
Is that better?
A little
Better?
more better.
Okay. That's about all I can do.
Hang on.
So I
The detective scoots closer to Susan. By
Yeah, maybe
increasing
unplug
his
and plug back
proximity,
in.
He's putting the pressure on her. This may be especially stressful for Susan because of her
I think it's
reported
on my side.
anxiety and dislike of people in general.
I can
I pick
reset
up
your
stuff like that.
sound though if I need to.
Right. Sometimes little things bother you like that.
Yeah, I go into a store
Yeah,
and I
maybe
see
hang on.
papers ajar and I take all the papers and straighten them up and make it all nice and. It's stupid, but things like that bug the hell out of me.
It's the bed,
Do I have any
food, trash, papers.
Maybe it is a loose connection. I don't know what happened there though.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn the audio off this video and check it out here.
Do
Talk
I
a
have
little bit,
any?
Dan.
Do I have levels in? Yeah. What's going on?
See if it's better chat, and then if it's not, what I'm gonna do is actually
check.
try to disconnect and reconnect in our stream. Not the entire stream, but just his audio.
Check.
Yeah, let me try to just do that. I'm gonna delete this and bring it back.
It's good now. It's good.
Is it good?
Yeah, they said it's good.
Oh, okay, cool.
Baseball cards.
I was going in.
I don't know how much that affected my.
It happens, especially when you go this late. We're going in 4 hours.
They spend a few
know it's
minutes
gonna go
recounting
deep,
everything Susan has stated about Robert and Steve
Thanks, everybody
before
that's been
the
hanging out.
investigator confronts her about the possibility of more horrifying
I've been trying to let
finds
it keep
being
playing because I know it's
discovered
so
on her
long.
farm.
And what happens when we find a third person?
You will not find a third person.
We won't find one, or is there one that we can't find?
You will not find. I do not know if he went into the pen voluntarily or somebody possibly put him into the pen because they heard me talking all of my stupid jokes, which I realize are more
Maybe
stupid
there was
every
only
time
two.
I tell them.
Right, especially after it actually happened, right?
Yes.
Do you think I believe your story?
No.
Do you think Detective Henderson believes your story?
No.
Do you think...
I don't believe my story.
You don't believe it either?
What the hell?
It's too stupid.
What the
It's
I'm gonna leave.
She's sitting there in her own
I'm gonna leave
shit,
right now,
bro.
and
What are we doing?
I'm gonna come back in.
What
or
are
have
we
Detective
doing?
Henderson come back in, but
She's
I
sitting
want
in
you
her
to
own
think about
shit.
everything.
I mean, what if you're even the detective? You're like, this is my
Okay.
job. What is happening?
Nobody did that. So I can't see how that
Can you
would.
stand up for me?
I can't see how that.
I'm gonna handcuff you.
Oh,
Your hands gotta go back far.
oh,
After being
I love
arrested
that.
and
Oh
spending
my
the night
God.
in jail,
Like the
Susan is brought
acceptance.
back to the interrogation room the next day to
Okay.
continue talking with investigators.
The next
As you'll
day.
soon see, they want more than just clarity about the deaths of Steve and Robert, because they suspect something even more sinister may have occurred.
Can I say something really quick before you start?
Yes.
Because we went through a lot yesterday.
Yes.
And so I just want you to know that, if you don't want to talk to us, you don't have to. I kind of don't care. If you don't want to talk to us, that's fine. We can just take you back to the jail. That's up to you.
No,
You're here because you want to be.
Yes.
So, that being said, we can't do what we did yesterday. We spent way too much time beating around the bush and all that. We were spending all day today going through your
12
property.
hours?
A lot of things have
Was the first interrogation in total? Literally some entire shifts.
changed since last night. So I don't want you to waste my time.
That's why there were so
today,
many
okay?
people.
And we don't want to waste yours either.
No.
All right? So I'll let you know that.
What I had been trying to forget, I remembered laying there.
Mm-hmm.
When I came into the pen, his head was towards the west.
Mm-hmm.
He was belly up, and the pigs were on him. I tried to shoot them off,
Yeah.
and I went up to.
Yeah, Uncle Fester done popped out, bro.
I can see the Uncle
When I
Fester,
got
yeah.
back, I think he did die. I'm pretty sure he did die.
So now you're saying that you know that he was dead when you got back?
Well, that was the thing. I'm pretty sure he was then.
Did you check?
No.
This is a pretty big deviation from her previous story about how she put Robert out of his misery. While it is possible she's telling the truth, an alternative is that she's trying to escape more severe punishment by claiming that he was already dead when she shot him.
Okay, let's talk about Steve. What are the forensics going to show on that? Because they're most certainly not going to show what you told us. You remember what happened? You talked to us about the struggling with the gun, which, by the way, is about this big.
Yeah, you
I
found
don't
that.
know how that struggle went down, fighting over a little teeny tiny gun.
I was holding on to his arm.
I'm saying that this is why I'm saying, like, this stuff It's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just flat out impossible.
Yeah, I bet they did
The
put
way
a diaper
people
on her.
describe things.
Susan shifts her foot, which is likely an anchor point movement because she realizes that the detective isn't believing her story.
Impossible.
You've dug him up?
They're up there working on stuff right now.
Frustrated.
I haven't seen him yet.
Okay. When
She's
when
mad
you dig
now.
him up,
You dug
find a
him
bunch of
up?
holes in his head.
Where? On the top?
I was like, he
You're
was
holding his hand up. He's
Yeah.
holding his
Right.
hand up.
Yes.
Who
So
shoots
he's
himself in
somehow
the
going
head
to
on the
reach
top?
back around and
He
point
just
the
started
gun
going
back to the top of his head when you're holding his arm up. He's going to reach
He
down
loaded
or
the
angle
clip
his
and
hand
stood
down
staring at
enough
me.
and overpower you, who
Yeah,
are
to put him out of his
significantly bigger than
We
him.
just
the
went
You
base.
are.
over this not
And
long
you
ago
have
with
great-
that girl on the cop, right?
What is it?
The cop and his wife. Not long ago, we did a live stream where the girl was shot in the top of
Oh,
the head.
yeah. Yep.
Your body
And it was apparently she shot herself.
Mhm.
you said
No,
Yeah.
she didn't.
that, and he's going to reach down. He's going to
And
shoot
she doesn't
himself in the
remember
top of the
anything.
head.
which
Yeah,
is
she woke up not
ridiculous.
remembering shit, right?
Yes.
Nobody shoots themselves in the top of the
And
head.
that's where we're at. How did he manage to shoot 5 out of
And
5
especially 5
shots
times.
5
into
times
his
is
head?
thing. Yeah, it's like you could do it once or
You're saying
twice.
that you thought that when a person is shot that it causes
Hillary
damage,
Clinton, oh shit.
that it would kill them.
You're in the UK, you're safe.
So maybe that first shot
Maybe.
just wasn't enough, and that's why you had to
Maybe.
shoot him more than once.
That's the whole thing. Yes. That's it. Yes.
And that makes a lot more sense than a struggle over someone's
I'm getting
head.
pulled off here.
Oh no, I didn't shoot him.
Is it-
They'll go
I
after
didn't
the
shoot him
Clintons.
5 times. I'm saying we struggled and it
Oh,
went
come
off.
on.
He emptied the gun.
I'm frustrated now. Like, come on, lady.
Yeah.
Whatever
It's
dude,
like you've
lady.
told us a lot. Tell us everything.
And I'm not concerned
Jesus
about
Christ.
the number
For the
of
love
holes
of
that are
God.
actually there. I'm concerned about how they got there, because it doesn't make sense that a person would be shot that many times in the head during a struggle or a suicide attempt or anything other than somebody else intentionally putting them there. It just does not make sense. And maybe there's a reason for it.
Would you sit still while I fired 5 shots at your head?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. That's
what I'm saying.
That's the point we're making
That,
right there.
that's what I'm trying to say to you.
That's the
is
goddamn point.
If someone's shot one time, that alone would probably incapacitate them. They wouldn't fire off another round to their head and keep shooting at their own head, or not move enough to get away from the I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Take me back.
It's really important for us to understand the truth and what happened, and we want to believe what you're telling us.
Yeah.
Right now, I do not believe I did anything else to Steve.
Oddly, Susan prefaces her statement with the words "right now." This type of language is a huge red flag, as an innocent person would be adamant and certain in their language. Alternatively, she may be hinting
This
that
is
she has
interesting.
forgotten what happened because it was traumatic, or even implying that she dissociated during the event,
She is
maybe due to a panic
brutally
attack. However,
awful
it's just as
at
likely that she may
interrogations.
want more time to think, so
That's
she's
what I'm
letting the
getting from all
detectives
of
know
this.
that her story could change in the future.
Are you saying also that maybe
This is
with more
very
time you
bad at
recollect
being
other things that
interviewed.
happened on your property?
Yeah, terrible.
Everything's possible. I don't know.
We don't have a lot of time. It's not because we're not trying to give you time.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been trying to give you time, and it's not, we can't take years to give you time to remember things that happened.
I did not feel guilty about committing murder in either case.
I agree.
At this point,
Inquisitive said,
joke became
walking,
reality.
talking red
Oh,
flag.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
continue to make that joke even after it became
Just constantly
You
incriminating
even said that
herself,
to me.
even
You said you were going to kill me.
over and
if you
over,
did pigs.
making herself unbelievable,
That actually is
just, and
I
changing
didn't
the
even know what to
story
say.
and everything.
I'm a police officer. I didn't even know what to say. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa, did she really just say that?
Susan's
He's
voice
like, I have
becomes
to
more
sleep
stressed,
tonight, lady.
and she breathes heavily again, which is shown to be her sign of serious distress. She struggles to
she's
get the
always
words out,
frustrated.
which is very unusual for her because she typically has a response or explanation for everything. Her struggle could also be due to her growing frustration. Susan's relatively flat demeanor is about to crack, and you'll soon see her freak out.
Over there,
She's gonna freak out.
Yeah. You know, one of the girls has got hair all the way down to her.
Someone who works there? Or
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What? Yeah, one of the guards. She's got hair all the way down to her. Okay. And my stupid brain went into gear, and I told her, "Hey, I can
Keyword,
grab your
stupid brain.
hair and strangle you with it."
Oh my gosh, why would you say
What
that?
the fuck?
I don't know. It's this thing in here.
I don't know why I would say
It just comes out.
Susan seems to be highly impulsive and has little to no filter, so if she thinks something, she just says it, even if her comments
Tanya,
are
it's the second day. This is the next day. I'm sorry your internet went out. Yeah, this is the next day. This is the second day of interrogation. The first day was 12 hours. She just admitted to basically telling one of the guards she would strangle her with her long ass hair.
She just admitted to being a goddamn
Jesus
psychopath.
Christ, she's a
are offensive or
psychopath.
threatening.
Like, you
What
don't
Susan
just
is
you don't just
describing
you,
is
you don't
possibly
get
what is known
admitted
as
to
an intrusive
prison
thought.
and have an interview with
Thought does
police
not want to
officers
act on the thought, which is why they
and
find the
say,
idea so distressing. The fact
I
that
wanted to
Susan
strangle a
verbalized this
guard
thought
with
in the
her old
moment to the
hair.
guard with the
It's
long hair is
insanity.
You
somewhat
don't do
unusual,
that.
though.
Like,
Intrusive thoughts usually remain internal, as they may cause the person to feel
intrusive
shame
thoughts.
or embarrassment.
Exactly.
This may go back to Susan's difficulty with understanding and navigating social interactions. Alternatively,
She's a
Susan could be putting
psychopath.
on an act to make it look like she's upset by these thoughts, when in actuality, she's unbothered and even enjoys the reaction she gets from other people
Yeah, she
when
wants
she
to,
says
dude,
the
I
thoughts
love
out
this guy.
loud.
He's nailing it perfectly, right?
Yeah, it's got rules.
This brief
She
emotional
wants to
meltdown provides a
feel
window into
normal,
how Susan likes
but she's
to
actually
she's under
telling
stress,
him,
and
telling
shows
these
how
people how she actually
becomes angry
feels.
and snaps if she
Yeah, he
goes
breaks it down
forward,
beautifully.
unable to cope with the situation.
He's so
This
good.
is an indication of Susan's overall low frustration tolerance and inability to handle stress.
It just comes out.
When that happens, do you feel like you don't have control?
The female detective again tries to float the accident or mercy killing theory, and Susan finally latches onto it.
Yes. It just
It
comes
just
out.
happens and you can't
Yes.
stop
I mean, it's stupid, but it just comes out. Same thing with him. I have no intention of killing him. I have no intentions of killing Steve. I did have the intention of finishing off Robert. I did not know how he got in there,
Yeah, I
why
wonder
he
if
got
I
in there,
would.
or anything.
How tall is she?
I guarantee there's more people on your property. I guarantee it. With what I know right now. What are we supposed to do? Just ignore that?
What do I get for the guarantee?
Susan seems to be now proposing a quid pro quo for her confessing to more murders. A Latin phrase that literally translates to this for that, or something for something, to get information from a suspect. A quid pro quo in this context is when the interrogator gives the suspect something that either seems to be a secret or is a favor, like a cigarette in exchange for something the interrogators want from the suspect, which is usually information. The quid pro quo may be very blatant, like, you tell me this and we will tell you or give you that. Or it may be more subtle, such as telling the suspect they can have a cigarette, but first let's talk about this or clear this up.
What do you want for the guarantee? What are you talking about?
I mean, you're making a mess out of my place.
But there's more people out there.
Well, that
are we supposed to leave them?
You're saying you are saying you're guaranteeing there's more people out on my property.
Yes, that's.
Am I going to get $150,000 to fix up my place after you've messed it up?
If we find one person, it's worth messing up the property. It's a human being.
I am saying if you do not find anybody out there.
I'm almost positive we're going to.
I'm saying if you do not find anybody out there.
We already know there's two.
I'm saying if you do not find anybody out there, are you going to pay me $150,000 to put it back the way it was?
No, absolutely not.
That's what I'm saying. There's no guarantee of nothing here.
Well, what do you want?
I don't want you messing up my place after me and Steve have put so much into it.
What the hell?
There's 2 dead people on your property. Are we not supposed to look for more? Obviously, there's probably more. And what are we supposed to do? Just ignore that?
You're saying
Eating
everything
fries
is obvious.
right now.
I don't know how it's obvious.
It's obvious to me.
God, man.
Dude.
You have 100 people come and go on your property in 20 years, and you expect me to believe there's no one else there? Not possible. If people come and go and they're kind of transient types, and they may not be close ties with their family, so people aren't going to report them missing sometimes. We've got to look at that group of people. We would not be doing our
That's
jobs
crazy, dude.
if we didn't unearth every square inch of your property.
Man, I'd be
to
super
look for
pissed
people.
if cops came
If we
looking
don't
for bodies
do
on my
that
property and they didn't find a single
What
one.
if we miss someone?
I'd be real
The
pissed.
point here is that Susan
But
doesn't
they already
consider
found a
human
couple.
Yeah, they already know there's
beings
two.
as the
I
detectives
don't
express
think
it.
I got much to say
Susan
after
has made her
that.
beliefs very
It's like,
clear
what
when
if
it comes to
there's a
human
third
life,
one?
such as her comments on overpopulation. What is meaningful to the detective probably makes no sense to Susan,
Jesus.
and she's likely wondering why they're making such a fuss just to find a body or two.
Now, if I knew exactly where those people were at, we wouldn't go make a mess, would we? We know exactly where to look.
Just like when you were to look for Robert.
Then we dig up a little hole and we get the person out, and that's the end of it. But you don't want that. You
good
ask,
point,
well, I
yeah.
don't know if there could be 12 bodies. I don't know.
I want you.
There's no mess
I
if you
want
tell him where he's at.
to go out and find the best GPR there is in this planet.
We don't need to.
And use it, not to dig up my property.
It's getting dug up. We have to.
The detectives know how important Susan's land is to her, and this may be a manipulation tactic to get her to admit if and where any other bodies are buried. Having her property messed up is a huge trigger for Susan, so if anything will get her to admit to another body being there, it will likely be this.
If you know that there's somebody out there, you're just not telling me because you don't want to get in trouble or whatever, that's fine. We're going to find the people because we're going to dig it up.
But you're saying for a fact that you're going to find people out there. I am saying.
I can almost 100% guarantee that, Susan.
And I am saying for the other 0.5% that you're not finding anybody out there.
Okay.
And you're making a
Well, that's
big
bad.
mess out of my place.
We're going to look.
So we have.
I sure don't want you digging up my damn dog.
I understand
We know that.
I understand that.
What if there's somebody underneath your dog? What are we supposed to do?
Wow.
I don't want to desecrate your dog's grave. That's special to you.
Wow.
Whoa, we're
But you
turning
found
the
look how-
it 15 years
conversation.
ago.
Look
I
how
understand
stressed
that.
she is right
You're
now.
saying that for
Look
the
how
last 15 years.
the
I've killed
detectives
people.
changed their
Not
tone.
at all. I'm saying there could
Like, we don't want to mess up your dog's
on your
grave.
property, and if you know about it, you better just tell me now
I don't.
and save us all this, of things that we have to do. We know that there's 2 dead people there. We also know that we don't
I
know
bet
how
so.
many more there are.
Eating and
So
cooking
we're
people
going to
includes
dig and look until we make sure that we have checked every square inch of that 20 acres, and we know for sure there's no one there. The only way to
20
do that
acres.
is to go hands-on and
Wow.
then check the
Yeah, where'd you
whole
get that
damn
from? Her
thing.
probably passed down, right?
Yeah.
What else are we supposed to do? You
That's
tell
what-
us.
that was what
Unless
happened.
we had someone to say, here's a map. There's somebody there. Or I think there might be somebody over here. I don't know how they got there, but they're there. Go look.
That's what I just said. And now you're saying you're not going to do it.
Because it's just a general area. Sure, you showed us where Robert was, and you showed us where Steve was. Yeah, we went and looked at Robert today. Sure enough, there he was, right where you said it.
Steve,
I like the way you think.
Steve was in
Tony.
a hole. Robert was in a bag.
Yeah.
Okay. I told you where both were.
Okay.
Okay. I told you where the dog is. I told you where the llamas are. You can run the little thing over the top of it. Oh, that's not a person.
That's one little area. 20 acres. You can see the task at hand for us. That's why we have 1 billion people out there, and we're going to bring in whatever we have to.
And you're
To
gonna
look.
spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on this stupid
To
thing.
find a person, sure.
Susan sounds shocked that so many resources would go into finding these bodies. Again, this shows the little value she places on human life and likely explains how she was able to take the lives of these men.
Well, the worst is done. If you killed somebody and they're out there, or there's somebody dead out there, they're dead. We can't bring them back.
But see that
But
you're
she's
saying
already
something
admitted
and
to
you're not
two.
backing it up with a damn thing.
Yeah,
Are you gonna sign
basically,
a piece
yeah.
of paper saying
What am
I
I
don't.
supposed to
If you
to
sign,
back up with?
if
That I'm
you
going to quit my job?
Yes.
I don't have to.
You just said you would if you didn't find anybody.
I'm just telling you, I don't have to. I'm that confident that there's people out there.
Okay, if you're that confident, sign a piece of paper saying, if I don't find somebody out there, at least one person out there, I'm a quit.
And this is why I don't get you, is when you continue to be
Hostile.
Hostile.
Okay.
You continue to put up a fight.
Yes.
Because
I don't want my place looking a mess.
Because you care more about animals than you do people.
To some extent, yes.
Okay.
I also
the people
care.
that came to your place were not that great of people at times. They would be what society would probably
Did they ever
consider
find
the
anybody else?
lowlifes, the drinkers, the people that have problems, people who get arrested.
Yes.
This
that
is crazy.
Kind of people who steal and screw people over.
And I took care of a lot of them. I gave them a helping hand.
Are you telling me out of 100 people that came to your place that are transients and have problems and maybe mostly drunk issues, it sounds like, not necessarily drug issues, it sounds like you might have kept your way away from those people.
Try to.
And, okay, there you go. You selected a certain group of people that you would accept to come work at your place. And out of those 100, only 2 of them ended up dead?
See, that doesn't make any sense.
What are they trying to do?
If I've been doing this for years,
Do they have a bunch of missing
person?
person cases that they're trying to solve?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm probably
wanna
just
dig up
finding
her
out that there
property?
was 2 people that they were trying to make sure there wasn't more, vagrants that were unaccounted for.
I'm trying to understand, why do they want to dig her property up so bad? Like, he's really he fucking wants to dig her property up real bad.
I think he's really trying to scare her into admitting to possibly more.
Just
you know what I
something
mean?
else,
Yeah, because
yeah.
she's so entranced with protecting it.
Yeah,
I think it's more of a ploy.
Yeah.
Them to get caught.
Susan was arrested on January 14th, 2014 for 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of abuse of a corpse, and 1 count of identity theft. Susan wasn't done with her crazy admissions, though. During an interview, Susan allegedly admitted to burying 17 more bodies somewhere on her farm. This prompted
Well,
almost
there you
a month
go.
of searching, including investigators digging around 50 holes in the hopes of uncovering more of her victims. Ultimately, though, it was determined that there were no more bodies hidden on her farm.
Whoa, maybe she
There is
fucked with him at that
speculation that
point.
Susan said this as one of her twisted jokes or to intentionally frustrate investigators.
Wow.
Eventually, Susan's pigs were all euthanized. She was reportedly irate when she found out, especially because they were killed instead of their meat being donated to a food pantry. Somewhat surprisingly, Susan pled not guilty to all charges and represented herself when the case went to trial. She actually cross-examined the
hair,
lead
too,
investigator and
right?
consistently interrupted the trial.
Like,
So
that's
much
hair
so that she
grown
had to
in
be
prison.
removed
Looks
from the
like it.
courtroom on several occasions. None of
Doesn't
Susan's
even look like her
explanations
there.
for either Robert's or Stephen's deaths
I mean,
matched.
and she was losing her hair.
Yeah.
That's why or at least that was my speculation as to why she
was bald.
wanted to transition, is because she was losing
The
her hair.
horrific evidence. It
That's
was
a
uncovered
full
that Robert's
goddamn head of
legs had been
hair.
removed with an axe, while Stephen had been shot 3 or 4 times in the head. It didn't help that while in prison,
So
Susan
they dug a
signed
bunch of
birthday
holes
card
over 20
from-
acres that found nothing else. But she said there's 17 bodies.
Right.
Wow. Oh my God. So she literally just fucked
the
with them.
sweetest murderer in Jackson County. Another sign of what she called her
But
sense
that
of
also
humor.
doesn't seem like something she would have done, because she was so defensive of that property.
In
this whole
2015,
thing's
Susan
fucking
Monica was
weird. I
found
don't know.
guilty on all counts and sentenced to 2 consecutive 25-year prison terms, totaling a 50-year sentence with no chance of parole.
50 years.
I'm
That
done.
one was crazy, bro.
I'm fucking done with this one.
Wow.
I don't even want to think about this one anymore, because I don't even understand what just happened.
Wow.
She's so defensive about her property and adamant. She was like, I want you to resign if you don't find another body out there. And he wouldn't even agree to that. He was just like, I'm not going to do that,
Yeah.
but I know there's somebody else out there. Yada yada yada. And then she claims at some point after that, after the interrogation, she claims that there's 17 bodies out there. I don't know how that ties
anything
in.
else. Was that just her fucking or messing with them?
I don't even know how that ties in. That was just like a footnote, right? That was a footnote on the whole video there. And they found nothing. There was not a single other one.
And hell, also 20 acres is a lot of acres.
It's a lot of land, yeah.
So like, I mean, it'd be very easy.
They dug a lot of holes.
Yeah, a lot of holes, but I mean, there's so much.
But they found no bodies. I mean, she killed those 2 dudes. That's for sure.
Yeah, 2 people for sure.
She fed a couple of guys some pigs. And maybe more. Maybe more. I don't know.
I think she said she killed 17 bodies, but they didn't find but 2. Which would, I mean, hell, again, 20 acres is a lot of acres, bro.
I don't think they found 17 bodies. I think that she claimed 17 bodies, but they didn't find anything else. Yeah.
Moss's Awkward is still hanging out. Hell yeah.
But that was a weird one.
Yeah, that's a weird question. He said, "What happens if you eat pork from a pig that ate human remains?" I think you're still secondhand cannibal.
Yeah. I guess.
But if you don't know, you're still a
right.
cannibal, I guess, but that's not the same.
You're just, yeah.
Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Everybody that hung through tonight, thank you very much. This was another long one. Friday nights, we go pretty crazy.
We get drunk. We get wild.
We get a little drunk. Keep your eye out this weekend though. I think I'm going to come on with some more random streams. You never know. Probably some more conspiracy stuff actually on the Idaho stuff, and maybe some Alex Murdoch stuff.
Yeah,
never know. But yeah, everybody came through. Hell yeah, Inquisitive Room. Have a good day. I know it's getting early there in the UK.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming through. Hopefully I can show up this week. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
You've been playing a game.
Yeah, I've been playing Hogwarts. Plus I got personal stuff going on. And my house is a little wild at the moment.
In the personal stuff, yeah.
I'm trying to play my video games, which I normally do anyway, and then even the stuff that's going on at the house is making that difficult. That's why I've had to leave so many times tonight, is because I got to take care of some stuff.
Yeah, 7:40 in the morning, Inquisitive Room. Yeah, I'll definitely, and yeah, we'll hopefully Dan will be on some this week, and I'll definitely be hollering him this weekend also. And oh yeah, guys, again, thank you all for being here. Before we go, if you are leaving and you haven't hit like yet, please hit like, share this thing later on. Carol, thank you very much for hanging out super late. We're late. We're awesome. Getting to 3 a.m. in the morning here. The witching hour is approaching. If you were still hanging and you're on the East Coast in the U.S., get some sleep. If you're on the West Coast, it's just now starting to get late over there. And if you're anywhere else in the world, like the Inquisitive Room, have a good day.
Night, guys. Love you guys.
Yeah,
you guys are awesome.
Yeah, you guys freaking rule. Yeah, if you're heading out, hit the like, and again, keep your eye on the channel this weekend for some more content, because I think it's going to be coming. And again, regular schedule for lives Tuesday, Thursday, Friday nights, and then who knows what's going to happen.
Night,
guys.